There you go. So this is the AI preferences working group meeting. If you're not here for AI preferences, you've made some bad travel choices.
Just travel choices?
Well, and other choices perhaps. So we have an overview first. We'll kick off with a note well. For folks who are familiar with the IETF, this should be very familiar. For other folks, please take a look. This is what we call the note well. It's the policies under which we operate in the IETF regarding things like professional behavior, harassment, intellectual property, which is interesting to some folks here, and generally our process, and also including privacy. That includes that informs the fact that we're recording the meeting. So if you're not familiar with this, please do take a look at your favorite internet search engine, and you can search for IETF Note Well and find out more about this. We do take it seriously. And if you have any questions or any concerns, you can talk to Suresh and I as the chairs, and our August area director, Mike, is here. You can also talk to Mike. So the agenda for this week, we're going to do a brief overview. We're going to talk about the use cases and impacts that we've started to collect on the wiki, not for too long, but just to give an overview and freshen people up on those. And then we're going to dive into the issues. We've organized it to talk about the things that we think we might be able to make some progress on in first, and then go down the list here. So our intent is to work through all the issues that we have open that aren't editorial in this meeting if we possibly can, but we are going to focus on the vocabulary because that's where we need to make the most progress. We did this in our interim meeting, about a month ago now, I think, to kind of prep for this, and we're hoping we'll make even better progress in this meeting. Any agenda bashing? Okay. We do need to select some people to try to take notes of the meeting. Can anyone volunteer to do that? Will anyone volunteer to do that? I suppose the other option is to feed the recording into Egger's tools.
Yeah, but I think like even like high level points in the notepad is like useful.
Right.
So.
And we'll be taking notes in the issues list as well. I think we just need a backup effectively. So don't feel that it's high pressure that you need to write down everything that everyone says, but if you have somebody volunteer just to keep track of what we decide and what we talk about, that would be much appreciated.
Please don't all rush at the same time to the volunteer.
Studiously looking at their laptops. Yeah. I don't know, become more.
Warren?
See my ADHD, you really do not want me taking notes. Really don't.
You should do it. In this case. Yep, in worst case. All right. Well, why don't you open a note document somewhere on EdgeDoc and share. All right, so we're going to open a document and share a link. And if folks could collaboratively take notes, we'll try to make sure we can capture stuff there. We'll see where we get. This doesn't bode well for the rest of the meeting. Okay. So yeah, at a very, very high level, the goal for this meeting, we want to try and find a path towards successfully shipping specifications. We were originally chartered to finish up last year. We extended that. We don't want to be doing this indefinitely, so we have to figure out how to get from here to there. That doesn't mean we're going to be necessarily shutting down anytime soon, but we do need to demonstrate some progress. And one of the things we're concerned about as chairs is we seem to have good discussions in meetings, but outside of the meetings, things tend to grind to a halt. And so we need to identify concrete things that people can work on between the meetings so we can make progress. If that makes sense to folks. So please keep this in mind in all our discussions. And we wanted to give some reminders to folks as well, just to make sure we keep other things in mind as we talk about this. The IETF process does require rough consensus. And what that means is that it doesn't mean we need perfect unanimity, but we do need to seriously consider all the objections and to handle those objections. And that handling needs to stick through the process, which means that when it goes to our area director and then when it goes to the IESG, if there's not full consensus and full agreement in their objections to things. They understand why we made the decisions we made and that we actually handled those objections well. And so please keep that in mind. We do see a bit of a pattern where folks are bringing proposals that make them happy, but they fail to address the objections that other people have. And we need to see that kind of meeting of minds to make progress. Likewise, the IETF Code of Conduct does require professional behavior. And so we're going to very strongly ask people criticize the ideas, but not the people or their backgrounds who are making suggestions or make criticisms. And especially characterizing other people's state of mind. For example, calling someone naive or an argument naive is not helpful. It doesn't help us come to consensus. So please be careful about how you talk about things. This needs to be a collaborative environment. I know that's difficult because of the different forces we have at play here, but it's really important for the IETF process to work. And finally, our charter guides our scope. That's the document that tells us what we're doing here. We need to think about that constantly to make sure that we are fulfilling our charter and working within the boundaries that it sets. The charter can change, but that's not something we can do trivially. We need to get buy-in from the IASG to do that. One of the outcomes of this week could be that we come to an agreement in this room that, hey, let's try and change the charter because we think we'd be able to better make progress. We need to clear that with the actual working group and then take that to the ISG and get them to approve that charter change.
The entire IETF community.
Right. It has to go through an IETF review. Exactly. So it's not a trivial thing, but it is something that we can consider if it's necessary for us to complete our work. And that's all I have for the overview. I think we wanted, because we do have some new faces, as well as a bunch of folks who haven't seen each other for a while, we'll do a quick round of introductions, just so everybody can remember who everyone is, and we'll include the online folks as well in that.
Yeah, like if you go through the order in the WebEx, like start
Just
with
call people out.
Yeah. Just like one more thing. There's some new proposals and stuff that got added. So like we talked about like getting stuff well ahead of the meeting and time, but thanks to everybody who put in something earlier. But there's also some new stuff. So if you can kind of take a look at the GitHub to look at the issues, like and the stuff that's being posted there, that'll be good to do it too. So maybe you can do it like while on the meeting time as well. If you, instead of browsing on some website, you can look at the GitHub issues. But I think it's like, I think like Mark and I emphasized this quite a bit, like, getting ahead of time on this thing makes the meeting more productive, but at least like we have proposals. So that's like a positive thing. So thank you.
Yeah, and then we'll work those in, the proposals that have been made, we'll work those in the agenda to make sure that we get them in front of folks and have discussions. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
So I'll start. Do the camera views just cycle? I don't control the cameras.
Yeah. So the Lars, the speaker detection should work, but we kind of have this weird meeting room setup where we combine two rooms, so it may not work like perfectly, but ideally it would like pick up the speaker and point at them. So other than the chairs, I think the other people should be fine when they speak.
Yeah, that seems to be happening back here, but the cameras that are facing toward you don't seem to be doing anything.
Do we have access to the Cisco bug queue?
I think
Yeah,
I'll call Cullen in the afternoon.
I was looking at the controls over there. You can manually switch it to presenter mode, which I think would activate those, but I don't have the screen now.
Well, I'm hoping that we're not going to be talking a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You don't want to be
if this meeting goes well. So I'll start. I'm Mark Nottingham. I'm one of the working group chairs. I'm also a member of the Internet Architecture Board, and I work for Cloudflare, but in this room, I'm not representing Cloudflare. I don't actually work on the team that is working on product or any kind of proposals in this area. I'm effectively firewalled away from them. And my only interactions with them are the same way I'd interact with any of you, which is helping you participate effectively in this work.
Yeah, Suresh Krishnan, the other co-chair of AI Pref. I work for Cisco. Again, like I'm here only at Cisco because I'm hosting all of you, but otherwise, like, not representing them in other ways. And also a member of the IAB. And I'm really glad that you made the trek here to be here, and everybody who joined online as well to be in whatever time zone you are in to make time for this. So thank you very much.
Maybe down on this side? Or you want to, let's do in the room first and then
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
Hi, I'm John Mueller. I'm from Google. I work on search. I've worked on robots of text. It was a pleasure to join you.
welcome, John. Thanks.
Elaine Newton, I'm with AWS. I lead our AI standards team.
I'm Adon, Microsoft, part of the product team.
Kathy Lee, Google DeepMind. I'm a product counsel.
Hi, Malika Rafai. I'm at Meta working on media and IP policy.
Caleb Donaldson, I'm a copyright lawyer at Google.
I'm Kevin Kelly. I'm a member of technical staff at Anthropic.
I'm Erin Simon. I'm product counsel for search at Google.
Christopher Mang, Elsevier product side for their discoverability program.
Tom Vaughan, Common Core Foundation, principal engineer.
Daniel Ikovich, I'm a copyright lawyer at Anthropic.
I'm Patrick Wong, and I work on the crawler at Anthropic. Sorry.
I'm Mike Jones. I'm an independent consultant in security and digital identity.
Hi, I'm Leah Ram. I'm a product counsel at Cloudflare supporting application security and application.
Brad Silva, public policy for Advanced, a parent company of Condé and Advanced Local Publications based in New York.
I am Laurent Lemeur from the European Digital Reading Lab in the digital book business.
I'm Warren Kumari. I'm on the Internet Architecture Board. My day job is Google, but I don't really do anything useful for them. Or for the IAB, honestly.
My name is Justin Cohen. I'm working on this direction today, and I try to do useful things for Cisco when I can.
My name is Paul Keller. I'm from Open Future. We're an independent think tank based in Amsterdam, and I'm one of the editors of the vocabulary graph.
Martin Thompson, I'm at Mozilla and one of the editors on the documents.
Just a reminder, please do raise your voice for the remote people.
Nick Sullivan, Internet Architecture Board.
Hi, Kevin Bankston, Center for Democracy and Technology.
Hello, my name is Timid Robot with Creative Commons.
My name is Sebastian Post. I'm CEO of Lithium, and we work on registry-based solutions for AI preferences.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Shalit, Chief Compliance and Ethics Officer at Bright Data.
I'm Glenn Dean from Comcast NBC Universal. I'm a technologist nerd.
Mike Bishop, I'm employed at Akamai, but I'm here as the responsible area director.
I'm Nate Hick. I'm the founder of Travel Lemming, a small independent travel guide.
Chad Kaholic, I'm here representing protocols for publishers.
Max Gendler, tech standards at News Corp.
Alex Gibson, News Corp.
And in the back?
I'm Andrew Sullivan, and I don't work for anyone.
All right, let's go online. Let's see.
Leonard, go ahead.
I'm happy to go. Leonard Rosenthal, Content Authenticity Architect at Adobe. I also chair the technical working group for the C2PA, but I will not be representing them today.
Chris, do you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everybody. So I'm Chris Needham. I work on internet standards at the BBC.
Thanks. Fars?
Hi, everyone. I'm Farzan Abadi. Oh my God, my internet is not good. So I'm Digital Medusa. Thanks.
Iris?
Hi, hello, Iris. Katamorphic, also lecturer at the University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands. Thank you.
And JK, are you in the room or are you remote?
I am remote. My name is Yuri Kal, and I'm a legal and policy executive at ICMP, the global trade body representing the music publishing industry worldwide.
Perfect, thank you. Is it possible for you to edit your display name so we can keep it in the blue sheets?
Will do, thanks.
Thank you. Krishna Sood. Krishna, would you like to introduce yourself? Okay, skipping over Lars.
Hi, I'm Lars Deckard. I'm a senior engineer from Mozilla.
Lars. Laila.
Hi, I'm Leela Bailey, Senior Policy Counsel with the Internet Archive.
This is my first time at the IETF. Thanks to everybody for all of your helpful explanations as we go through.
Mohibul?
Hey, hi, it's Mohibul Mahmood. My day job is at Microsoft, and also I'm a member of ICANN Naralo. Yeah, thanks.
Tyler? Tyler Martin? Yingzhen?
Hi everyone, this is Yingzhen Xu from FutureWay. I'm a member of the IAB here for my own interest. Thank you.
Thanks. Thomas Eno?
Hi, I'm Thomas Reno. I'm CTO of Software Heritage. We do source code archiving.
Perfect, thank you. Who is Colin User 2? Can you introduce yourself? Colin User 2?
I mean, it might be me here at Rescorla.
Oh, hey, gosh.
It's Ecker.
Let me rename you. Thanks. Would you like to introduce yourself? Not that many people don't know you, but.
I'm not sure what introduction I need. I'm the first independent meeting.
Okay. Krishna, would you like to introduce yourself? So you.
Hi, I'm Krishna Sood. I'm a product counsel at Black Forest Labs.
Perfect. Thank you. Bring it.
Okay. All right, let me try and share this quickly. It's fine. I'm getting used to WebEx sharing. Excuse me for a moment. Sorry, let's try this. Great. Okay. So one of the things we identified a while back was it would be helpful to our discussions to have a focused set of use cases that we can understand and agree upon, or at least inform our discussions with. And so we started this. It hasn't changed too much. I see a few people have made edits to it. We've got 12 revisions so far. Has everyone had a chance to look at this at least? I'm seeing some nodding, which is good. And so this breaks down things down into training, and this is all from the perspective of expressing preferences, because that's what our charter is about. Yes, as far as we now have a recipe-based use case, which is good. I think that was added by Leonard, if I remember correctly. And so it's expressing preferences about training, and a few examples there, about use, and about the presentation of content. And so our current vocabulary, I think I'd characterize it as our training term is relatively baked. It still needs some work, but we have the fewest number of issues against it. Use, we have no current text about, and I think we've kind of gone back and forth on what that could be. So that's one of the things we'll discuss this week is what could succeed in that space. And the presentation, I think we're going to have some discussions when we get especially to the search terms. I know we have Krishna's proposal, which is display-based preferences, if that's how you characterize it still. We have a couple of new proposals from Aaron, and also I think it was from Chris. So we'll talk about those. Do people feel that these use cases capture what they need to. Is there anything else we need to get into these? Aaron.
I think it would be helpful to acknowledge that there might be some granularity in like whose models or models for what purpose, which, you know, can be accomplished in various ways in the vocabulary, but I don't think that the preferences are kind of all or nothing.
So selectively applying to targeting effectively. Yeah.
I would add that in addition to images, videos, or maybe we should make it more general, but it's not just images, all assets.
Sure. So these aren't really meant to be a complete set, more just kind of evocative to get you thinking about how they could be expressed or what they would apply to. But absolutely, yes.
And I think the goal of the use cases was to kind of do a cross check after we have the vocabulary to see if it's rich enough to be able to like achieve like what the use cases like wanted to achieve, right? I think that's like, I think the important part of this is to make sure that like we kind of have a list of like what are the things people want to express. So.
But we don't have to spend a lot of time on these. I just wanted to make sure that folks were aware of them and that, you know, we can refer back to them as we move along.
Hi, I just had a question maybe about the scope of these use cases. They seem like a really good set of use cases for the preferences that the content holder, the website is expressing, but they don't capture, I think, all the different reasons that someone might train on that content. Is that going to be a different part of the process, or do you think that's a question for me here? Like, we're really trying to figure out if they work, like if these, as a testing model, as Suresh was saying, I think it's against different activities, not just preferences.
We focused on preferences because that's what we're scoped to define. I think I'm a little wary of trying to capture all the different possible uses of AI, for example, if that's the direction that would go in.
Like I said, in terms of the preferences, if you want to map them against the activities people are going to do, I think you need to have some of those activities as well.
What do people think?
I think, Erin, you are also going in the same direction, right? Like talking about like how to make it granular. Maybe like you two can talk and try to start at least throwing in something at the end to see if it makes sense. Because I think part of the issue Mark was talking about earlier is like everybody kind of needs to understand what the like the other side of the consumption or like production thing looks like. So people can understand the issues and try to find a common ground.
Max?
Yeah, I have a question, I think. Maybe it's a comment. It's unclear to me why some of the use cases include the phrase unless I have a separate agreement and others don't. I think that's a pretty overarching question about how we're doing this work. I think it relates, frankly, to a lot of the context points that will come up later. So does anyone have a comment on why only some have, unless I have a separate agreement? It's unclear to me why it would only apply to some of these use cases and not to all the use cases.
So I'm the culprit. This morning I was looking through these and I saw one of them had, unless I had an agreement, so I just started adding them in because but then I thought, well, actually, all of these are potentially subject to that caveat, so I stopped. So it's only because I think it should apply to all of them, not because it's there for some of them. But I think that, you know, I think in most cases people have said, unless I want you to, which is the same thing as saying, I have an agreement to allow you to do this.
So
sorry. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you said it was only on one of them?
It happened to be this morning when I looked at it, it had only been mentioned unless I have an agreement. I think it was in relation to number 2, the one that's not in square brackets.
Okay.
The website. So I just added them into the others. But of course, you know, there's no reason. But I think to the point, there are many flavors of how these use cases may be parsed, sort of like unless, if, you know, and that's, I guess, what we're going to talk about going forward from here.
I don't know if I originally, when I seeded this, if I just put it on one or not, but I think probably if I did, it was the mindset was it's not to, this isn't a requirements list. It's not where it's algorithmic. It's just more, again, to be evocative, to say, okay, this is a scenario that we need to think about. You could refactor this as use cases for what someone might want to express, and then how they want to apply that in the context of other arrangements, whatever, for example. So, and if people have trouble editing the wiki, please talk to Suresh and I. We'll help you with that, by the way. Kevin?
Hi, Kevin Banks from CDT, and like Leela, I thank you in advance. I'll have a lot of questions since this is my first time. I'm not sure I understand the goal of distinguishing between types of content or being specific about things like log entry versus other types of content. Is there a reason why we can't just say content, or do we need a separate taxonomy of types of content for some reason?
No, it's not that there's an intent to have different treatments here. It's more just to get people thinking about how this might be used in the real world, to make it a little less abstract.
Thank you. And just one other question. At least in one place, there's reference to a general AI model, but in other places, it's just model. And I'm wondering if that's deliberate.
That is, yes.
Mark, do you want us to raise hands online or just?
Sure. I don't know how.
Go ahead, Leonard. I'll watch it.
Yeah, because I don't know how to watch it. Go ahead, Leonard.
No, I just wanted to know procedure. I'm sorry.
Of course. And just, Leila, I saw your question. This is right now just use cases for the vocabulary, not for attachment.
Farz, do you want to come off mute and ask a question to Brad? I don't know if Brad is following the chat or not. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Like the question, I just don't understand. What does it mean how they want to apply these use cases to other arrangements? Yeah.
So the original language had, I prefer that my website not be used to train AI models unless I have a separate agreement. So I think that's clear. I think that in any of these instances, there may be a preference for you not to do something unless there is a separate agreement. So I think there's nothing sort of magical or like special in relation to the other points. I think it just was meant to be the same expression of there could be different grades of how you want your content to be used, and you may have an agreement with a third party that is an exception to that preference. You could also not have that language there. I think that the idea was just to talk about, and I think the idea was just to understand like what types of preferences might exist. So.
Thanks, Brad. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, could I perhaps suggest that we remove this part about the agreement, because I do agree that I think it applies across all of these, and so kind of having to state it in each one is it creates confusion if it's stated against some and not others, and it's really a cross-cutting concern, I think, and it applies across all of it. So I would suggest perhaps removing this and kind of noting it elsewhere.
Thanks. And then Erin?
Yeah, I think rather than say unless I have a separate agreement, like unless I choose to permit the particular use, like it seems to be a little bit narrow to assume that an agreement might be the only reason why somebody would want to make an exception for a particular model or other use.
Martin?
I'm getting the impression that people are going to try to polish these. I don't think that's a useful exercise. I think the whole point of this exercise is to get some evocative examples that you could use without having to have that sort of fine level of judgment and accuracy. And so I think insisting that these be very, very precise and accurate, whether they be too broad or too narrow or whatever, is probably self-defeating.
And to be clear, this is not a deliverable of the working group. It's not a gotcha where at the end of the process, if we don't exactly meet these, then we have to go back to square one. This is just a tool that we use to guide our discussions and help us converge on some sort of.
And these can be wrong.
Right.
So you can put something in here that you think is fine, and other people will think is terrible. It will just be a discussion that we have at the other end of the process to say, yes, it doesn't meet this particular use case, but we don't think that use case really applies for the following reasons.
We learned something in the
We
process.
learned something, right?
Yeah.
And so I would rather over collect and have these be very imprecise than worry about the details.
That's why it's a wiki.
Kevin, and then Paul.
On the unless I have a separate agreement bit, does anybody disagree with the idea that these machine readable signals could be written by a private arrangement? Okay, we spent a bunch of time talking about that, but can't imagine anybody would argue the other side of that.
It is also in the current draft, right? Like the notion that any signal can be overridden by express agreements between parties is in the current draft, and I don't think it was ever controversial, that part. So I think this can be removed because it is covered on the overarching level.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Thanks, Paul. Thanks. Paul, is that what you're
Yeah, that
going
was
to say?
mine.
Okay. Max?
Thanks, Dan.
I was a little bit confused by what Martin was saying, so I wanted to sort of clarify here. Is it not useful for us to have a use case document that we all at least roughly understand as correct? I wasn't really clear on
No,
that.
I think my point was that if someone here thinks that the use case is valid, it's more useful for us to have it captured than it is for us to all agree that it's a use case we'll attempt to address.
I see. Oh, yeah, it just sort of flattens. I understand what you're saying. I don't particularly agree, but fine.
What do you
It's better if we
disagree with?
agree, yes, but it's not
Yeah.
necessarily a goal of this exercise.
We could spend 9 months or 18 months coming to agreement on a set of use cases and then go design a protocol and discover that, oh, we didn't consider X and we're back to square one.
Sure. Chicken and egg situation. I understand. I don't love it, but fine.
Yeah. Leonard and then Glenn. Glenn, whenever you can get on the WebEx too, that'll be cool. But I have you next after. Leonard, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so one of the things I wanted to say about the use cases was, I think to me, and I would recommend maybe to others, the more important piece of the use cases is less the specifics within the high level categories, but it's identifying those 3 top level categories of training, use, and presentation. And I would say maybe a good question to the group is, does anyone think that there is a 4th category of use cases? Because if not, having at least those broad categories is very helpful in setting our next stages.
That's a great question, Leonard.
Glenn?
I joined the queue. Good. Given that we have a lot of people here who are not familiar with the IETF process, I wonder if there's potentially a misunderstanding about the use cases. They are meant to help guide our work in the development of the other documents. They are not meant ultimately as a limit of what you can use the future documents work in. In other words, after we develop the RFCs that get published, if somebody takes that RFC and uses it in a way that is outside of the use cases we identified, that's perfectly okay. And nobody's going to go back and say, oh, you can't do that with that because it wasn't one of the use cases. This is just a guiding tool to help us make sure that we covered the needs that we want to cover, but it is not a limiting factor for adopters of the work that we eventually produce. Maybe that helps because we can be grand in our use cases that way.
And I think, like, to Martin's point, right? Like, once we have a listing of use cases here at the end, like when we go through it and say like, if we cannot meet one of those use cases, we can decide as a working group not to bother about that, right? I think that's the point, like Martin was trying to make. So we collect all those things, we know about the things that this can be used for, and then we can decide collectively what we decide to address or not address. I think we've drained the
During the Q&A, yeah. So let's move on to the other wiki, if I can find it. There we go.
Erin, you want to elaborate on what you typed in there? Because that's in the draft right now.
Yeah, so I was just sort of continuing the conversation a little bit about the granularity of those preferences and the possibility of making private agreements that, you know, take things out of the scope of the preferences. That I, you know, completely agree that there's going to be kind of private ordering that overrides these preferences in particular categories, but that alone is insufficient to solve the granularity problem, because it may be that somebody wants to express a preference without having those private agreements. And so I just don't want our work to overlook that category or that situation, because we're relying on the fact that somebody could always like reach a private agreement that grants permission separately.
Right, makes sense.
I do think this goes slightly outside of the vocabulary scope. Like, it seems that you would address some of those things at the attachment level. We're defining the types of uses here in the vocabulary, and if you want to go granular with regards to specific users or specific classes of users, it might be that this is better addressed at the attachment level, but I get your point otherwise.
It could be, but are the use cases only for the vocabulary and not for the kind of overall effort?
Well, these are currently focused on the vocabulary. What we wanted to do was to establish kind of the basic things people want to express, and then expand that to cover, you know, how they get attached and what nuances are there.
Okay.
Okay. Leonard? Yeah. No, Leonard. Leonard, is your hand lingering?
Oh, sorry, that's an old one. I forgot to put it down. My apologies.
Okay, Max, go.
Just on the general idea that it was initially written to just one piece and then maybe it applies to all of them, should there be a separate category to this wiki that isn't about like the training or use, but sort of the overarching question? You're looking at me like that question didn't make sense.
No, but what is the overarching?
Well, to the point of like the private agreements or whatever, like, do we need to find room for that in the use cases instead of attaching it to like specific like training use cases? We say, here's an overarching part to this document.
So
does that make sense?
So Kevin's proposal was that, like, you know, there's nobody really disagreeing with that, and it's already in the draft. So do we need to specifically document it or not? Right? Like, we can. Like, I don't think there's.
I think it's better to document agreement than to ignore it. I also think that there are parts of that concept that are agreed upon, and there are other parts that aren't. And I think that comes up in the context arguments. Right. That's my read on the current issues that are open. So I'm happy to hear that Kevin thinks there's no disagreement, but I think that there has been, at least in the last year, at certain points. So I think it's worth documenting if we have some sense of agreement to that.
Sure. So again, I think as Martin said, let's go ahead and be expansive. You know, if you think that something deserves to be in there, it's a wiki, let's get it in there. We don't all have to agree on the fine points of it. It's you know, again, it's the purpose of this is not to constrain our future action. It's to illuminate our way forward. So if you want to add a section, get it in there and we'll talk about it. If you think that'll help the discussion move forward.
I think so. Sounds good. Thanks. Chris, then Caleb, and then Paul.
Yeah, thank you. So I think there are wider use cases that we captured, and talking about this in the context of attachment, it might be that a website might not want to publicly signal where they have private arrangements, and so sort of having granular preference expressions that are targeted to sort of different consumers may be something that, you know, a site may not sort of want to reveal publicly. So I mean, that's kind of a wider use case that you know, I'm happy to edit the wiki. Should I sort of start to add these kind of additional sort of broader use cases that touch on attachment also?
I think that's fine. I would love if we start either a separate page for attachment use cases, or if we want to put it all on one page. I think we can be flexible about that. But if some folks want to volunteer to start trying to capture those use cases for attachment, I do think that keeping a distinction between attachment and vocabulary is still useful. Although there are going to be some things that are kind of both or overarching, as Max was saying, and maybe we capture that as well. But, you know, for me, I would like people to think about Leonard's question. Is there another top level kind of categorization of use cases for the vocabulary that we haven't yet had? And if so, it'd be really good to get that captured pretty soon.
Need to go after Andrew. So I think Caleb's next, and then Paul.
Yeah, just to try to drive this home, like, isn't that a separate use case? I would like to be able to signal the first use case for all except for a specific number, and then also I would like to be able to do that in secret. To Chris's point, like, I'm not sure how. I guess the secrecy part goes to the attachment part, but as far as like what we want the specification to do, we want it to be granular enough so that you can carve out specifics, like, which is handled, I mean, in robots in general with, you know,
right.
But we don't have a hook for that yet.
Right. Don't over rotate on whether it's attachment or vocabulary. We'll figure it out. It's more important just to capture this.
Thank you. Paul.
To your question and Leonard's point, like, I think there are use cases, and I don't know if it's useful to capture them, where people want to do both. I don't want training and I don't want use. The combined one, right? Like,
Right.
We know that there's a whole bunch of people not necessarily represented in this room who have this attitude towards no AI at all. Like, I think that is a existing use case that some people want to be expressed. I don't know if we add this, but we want to include that here as an overarching training plus use plus potentially presentation, or if we keep that in mind as combinations of the use cases that we have here. But there's clearly people out there who want to say, like, no AI, period.
Right. Thanks, Paul. Andrew?
I thought I understood what we were doing here until we had this conversation. So,
welcome.
Thank you. It seems to me that there are two possibilities here, and it would be helpful if we picked one. One possibility is there's a bunch of cases, and one of them is you get into this preference exchange language, and in that case, we can cover all of those cases. The other one is we're trying to cover all of the preferences that people might express, and some of those are, we don't want to use your protocol. Which one of those are we in? Because one of these is we're trying to figure out, like, oh, is there a private case here? Do we have a special side agreement and so on? And then we've got to have a way of expressing all of those things. The other one is there's lots of ways that you could talk about this. This is the internet. People can do whatever the hell they want. But if you're going to talk our way of preferences, these are the ways you do it. And in that case, you don't have to have all of the exception language because that's already covered by you be doing something else. But I don't know which one of those we're doing.
I think we are trying to do the first one, Andrew, right? Like we're trying to document like what kind of preferences somebody would like to express. But I think people still want to caveat to it saying like, hey, like all these things could be overridden by something private. And like Max said, like, hey, we wanted written down that we kind of agreed that like there's stuff that can happen on the side that'll override everything, right? That's pretty much it. But I don't think like we're going to come up with this like, hey, this is nice out of band mechanism by which you can do it. It's not going to be in the working group. That's your question. Yeah.
Right. So that's sort of the point that I'm trying to make. I mean, you know, does the vocabulary, for instance, have to have a bunch of terms for, and we're on another planet? Or is it just like we're in our vocabulary, we're in the IETF vocabulary, these are the things we're talking about? And in that case, of course, anything that's outside of that is, yeah, sure, you could be talking, you know, to your friends on Mars, and they got a different way of doing this. And so what? So I'm just concerned that there's the potential here to say, well, we want to cover all of the cases that anybody ever could think of. And that is not the path to a working group that I would conclude.
No, but so I think like a slight modification, right? We don't want to cover everything. We want to know about all the use cases, and then we can decide what to cover. Like to what Mark said, and we rather know about all the things and decide what to cover than like come up with something at the late point that we didn't know existed.
And part of this is that we, you know, all these things have been discussed to various degrees and brought forth by people to the group. We haven't necessarily reached consensus on addressing these use cases. But overlying that is a keen awareness, I think, since we started, that we're working within a much larger context, and we're not trying to define that much larger context or constrain it, but we need to at least acknowledge it.
Sounds good. Thanks. Andrew, are you good?
The other thing I would add just to that, Andrew, is, and I know some people don't agree with this. We've been having a little discussion of this in chat, which is that, remember that we're trying to define a vocabulary that's usable across multiple attachment methods and protocols. So this isn't about developing a protocol, it's about developing a vocabulary. The protocols, or what we've been calling attachments, are a secondary document.
Thank you. Thanks. Leonard, we do have a queue, so like we'll just try to go through it.
My apologies, I didn't see.
Thank you. Thanks. Paul, Nate, and then Nate. Paul, Kevin, and then Nate.
I think this builds on what Leonard was just saying. Specifically, what we're developing here is a vocabulary of vocabulary of uses, right? Like we describe types of use in the vocabulary. And I think the use cases that we have here sort of like are intended as testing the vocabulary if it is sort of like, if it allows us to address these use cases, or if it maybe potentially makes it impossible to express these use cases. It does not require the vocabulary to be complete in order to do all of the expression there. Some of the expression may take elsewhere at the attachment level, right? Like the vocabulary is essentially types of uses that it defines. It doesn't define types of users. It doesn't define a lot of other things. It is, as it's constructed right now, types of users. If we need to define user, we might need to have another vocabulary or another instrument that allows us to categorize them. But currently the vocabulary is not about classifying different types of users, for example. And I think that is something that we keep in mind. Robots.txt in its current form like allows you to address specific users in the forms of like addressing a specific bot. And it's the combination of the vocabulary and the attachment mechanism that enables us to address a use case or not. But not everything needs to be in the vocabulary.
Kevin?
I think Paul's point is one well made. I guess to go back to what Andrew was asking, I think it's been my understanding from our previous conversations in this working group that we are not trying to create an exhaustive system that can express every possible thing we might want to agree on. We're trying to define something that can express some useful subset, and that the private agreement caveat that I think we are I was about to say that doesn't seem like there's any disagreement with, but apparently there might be. I'd love to understand that when we have a chance. Is an escape valve in some sense, right? Like if you need to express something that is more complex than what we can agree on, at least initially, for these machine readable signals, that provides you a way out.
Nate?
Yeah, so I wanted to first, I appreciate Paul's point about it's important that we have a way to express just no to AI generally. I am one of those people who, with very rare exceptions, just a no AI in my life button. And this room, I think, is probably skewed towards people who are more sort of early adopters of AI, given the context. If you actually look at public polling, like Pew did a poll, and they compared like US adults versus what they call AI experts, like people who are really familiar with AI. AI experts have a like 4 times more positive view of the expectations for AI versus like general people. And so I think I'm actually more representative of the majority of like average people and internet users. And so I think it's very important that we have a way to just say no AI at all. Secondly, on the subject, the question earlier as to whether or not these 3 categories cover everything that we want to cover, I just want to mention that the charter specifically talks about how we will standardize building blocks that allow for the expression of preferences about how content is collected and processed for artificial intelligence model development, deployment, and use. And the ways that we have it framed here are in the vocabulary, in this sort of thing, are training, use, and presentation. I don't particularly know if there's a difference there, but we don't cover deployment. So I just did want to flag that if there's something else in there that we're missing.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on. The other document that we put together was trying to capture, and we've heard people concerned about potential impacts of the expression of preferences. And so we have a couple of examples here around, for example, accessibility tools or a local summarization tool. I don't think there's been much progress made on this. Are people still interested in trying to develop this?
Or is there a link to this? I don't see it on the agenda.
It's in the wiki next to the use cases document under potential impacts. Thank you, Tim and Robot. So I guess we just flag this to folks that, you know, this is something also that's useful to capture to understand the concerns people have. Kevin.
On the second one, sorry, was I interrupting your?
No, go ahead.
This reminds me of the conversation we had in Zurich, maybe, in London, about the situation where a user, let's say I have to read lots of very dry technical reports. Some of them are not freely available on the internet. If I have a valid license to one, I log into my account or whatever, I download that PDF, then I want to use a tool that I have also appropriately licensed to interact with that content, to find the bits I am interested in that 900-page PDF or whatever.
Exactly.
That seems like a use worth protecting. And the second point doesn't quite say that, but it seems like it's moving in the same direction. Is that what your intent was when you wrote that?
Please, if you want to develop these or add new ones, please go ahead. But that's the intent here, is to capture cases like that. Okay. Say that, you know, especially what's the collateral damage of a preferences framework if it's done badly. And I think that goes to, you know, when you have things like when people are able, if we just say, well, here's the no AI signal. I think one of the cases that's been brought up as a concern is that if we have a no AI signal and a software publisher for a summarization tool like that looks at that landscape and says, well, the safest thing for me to do is to never allow summarization if there's a preference that says no AI, you know, what is the outcome for the internet there? And so at some point we should talk through that.
Thanks. Fars?
Yeah, I'm talking to a bunch of network operators and people who understand the internet. So at the risk of being wrong, I have a use case about potential impact, and that's circumvention of censored domains. People who face censorship, they can potentially use LLM to have access to content that is blocked. And that's one that I wanted to discuss, but I'm just gonna add it to the mailing list, and we can discuss it later.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Fars. And I think like we did have some discussion in a meeting about like people with disabilities and accessibility and stuff as well, like was potentially something that would like be under the impact somehow, right? If you say no AI, right? Like so we talk about that. And also some kind of machine translation as well. So some of them use like AI models. So there's like, I think it would be, if you say no AI, probably that would be in the potential impacts as well, right? Like,
and I suspect we'll get to these when we talk later on. I think the context issues, the discussion of section 3.3, for example, we'll probably get back to this discussion.
Perfect. Glenn?
Sorry, I want to raise a bit of a concern here. In some of the comments we were discussing about like we're worried about blocking this and we're worried about denying access to that in various use cases. I think there's also a very valid use case we need to consider with this, like was just raised a minute ago online. There are situations where, in fact, we do want to deny access, and we want to have a mechanism that is effective. It could be for things like blocked domains, but it also could be for things like network security reasons, where people are using AI tools as mechanisms to bypass blocks that were put in place because we are battling denial of service attacks and things like that, that are really harmful to the internet. And so if we create a channel which says, look, this channel can never be blocked in any way, that will be an invitation to the bad actors to make use of that channel. And we've seen this in the past as well. We've done things like that. So I do think we got to be err towards supporting all the different use cases, not just the one use case, which is make everything available at all times without restriction.
Thank you. Paul?
I do want to point out that that seems out of charter to me, blocking access. Like this is neither about access nor about blocking. Applies to your point, probably also applies to what Fars suggested. Like I'm not sure if I fully understood that, but like this is about use of assets of content that are accessible, that you have access to. Right? Like this is not an instrument for blocking access to anything, or ensuring that access is like the other side that access is provided.
I put my hand back up. Can I respond, Suresh?
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree that it's the mechanism for blocking isn't in charter. I agree with that. But equally so, the mechanism for the content is always available in certain use cases is also not in charter. And so I only raised my hand because we started talking about use cases where content must always be available, and you can never have a preference that says this is not available to the AI systems. And that is the objection I was raising, that we're putting mechanisms in place to express preferences. We're not setting policy or enforcing policy about what can or cannot be accessed.
This is, I think we agree, this is not access control either way. It is about the use of assets that you express preferences about.
Yeah. And I think like Leela was saying it on the chat too, right? Like, so we don't do the enforcement. So I think it's like clearly in the charter, but it's kind of for whenever we have like newer participants, we kind of need to enforce, like, say it again. But I think like really we're not working on the enforcement. Like it's outside our scope. We just express our preferences. But I think your point, Glenn, right, is to be able to express this preference, like in case like there's some legal thing like making you express that preference, right?
Exactly. So I guess the takeaway here, as I'm trying to say, is, and maybe a clearer way, is we are neither expressing a policy expression that says it must be accessible, nor are we trying to say it must not be accessible. We're not touching that at all. We're just expressing preferences of what is possible or preferred.
Sounds good. Thank you. Max?
Nice. Cool. That's it. My bad. I instinctually clicked the unmute button on my laptop. That's my bad, guys. Get you all awake in the morning. The point I wanted to make, or sorry, the question I wanted to ask is, we're talking now that this isn't about access, and I know that we're trying to focus on the vocabulary draft first and yada yada, but the attachment draft specifically is about robots.txt, and robots.txt is specifically about access. So I understand like the point that Paul and Glenn are making, but I don't think it's entirely accurate given like the one step downstream we're planning to take as a working group.
So robots.txt is not an access control mechanism. It is also a preference mechanism. It's just focused on how you would like crawlers to behave rather than how you would like people to treat your data.
I'm not sure that's how it effectuates in the real world, but
you're saying that all bots always follow robots.txt?
I'm not saying that all bots always follow robots.txt. I'm saying it has been normalized as an access control, even if it's not an effective access control. And I think that that's a useful thing to remember, even if we're saying
so
this isn't about access.
That's a good hook in that there are norms formed around robots.txt. They're not always honored.
And we should keep those in mind.
But what we are now looking at doing is forming a new set of norms around the use of data. And part of the concerns have been raised around what is the collateral damage of doing so, or what are the unintended consequences of the risk that raise?
Sure. And I think we're saying similar things. Yeah, I think we're saying similar things.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Timid Robot?
So regarding access versus use, are we scheduled to talk about the issue about like robots traveling with the data today?
We've scheduled all the issues.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so we will.
Assuming we don't
we'll get
face plant on one particular issue early on and don't discuss anything else, we'll hopefully get to everything.
Okay, because I think that, to me, that goes directly to this issue of kind of how we are, as a working group, reimagining the kind of the total use of robots.txt of kind of extending how it's used.
So it's 10:30 now. What do you think, 15? Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, let folks settle in, and then we'll come back and get into the issues list. So come back just after 10:45 local time. Right. All right. And there is coffee if you need to stay away.
So, folks on WebEx will be back in 15 minutes from now.
Wake is a challenge. Awake is going to be a challenge. Okay. Okay. Can we get an extension cord somewhere? Lunchtime is fine.
Reminder that the mics are still on and they're pretty good at picking up chatter, so you might want to mute maybe more people.
No worries. Thank you for your help, Lars. Let's see what we can do. Just, we need to unmute.
All the remote. It is. Hey, the people are coming back in, or just give us a call once you get started.
Maybe a long flight then.
Sebastian, Glenn, start getting seated. I'm muted.
No, I'm over in Malta.
Sebastian?
Yeah, so I'm visiting.
Trap.
So.
There's a bunch of turnout there.
Just one more minute, I think.
Probably not news to you.
Years left.
Uh, 20 hours of travel on Sunday.
Economy. I got these. No, I was able to just.
I had a layover.
It was like a perfectly experience underwater. It was.
Okay.
Like, you have to know other places if you went to one gig.
So remote folks, can you hear us?
Yes, you're good.
Great. Let's go ahead and get started again. Oh, somebody's got their mic on. So it's got their microphone on. Okay. No, there's still an echo.
Keep talking, Mark.
WebEx should have a better.
It's someone over there. Okay. Excellent. That's quite a microphone. Sorry?
Someone muted me when I
Then
joined.
muted you. I'm just
All by itself.
captured me from all the way over there.
Yeah.
So we thought we'd start with kind of the very high level issues about the overall model. And these three at the top here are the ones that are most obviously involved with that. These bucketing of these issues is at best imprecise. So don't over fixate on that. It's just a device that we're using to try and organize the discussion a bit. I'm very sure we're going to bleed into other issues as we have these discussions. And so this cluster, we've got the focus on purpose of use rather than time of ingestion. We've got the specific proposal, I believe, from Krishna, which is replace the current vocabulary with a display-based preference vocabulary. And then hierarchical structure is problematic and introduces unnecessary complexity. I think the first two are somewhat related. And perhaps we could just have an open discussion of where we think we are with these, if this is an approach that we think is promising. As a reminder, right now, the vocabulary we have is simply the training signal and then the search exception. And so this could affect how we formulate the search exception. It could also affect how we formulate other potential terms. Krishna, have you made any progress with this, or do you have have your thoughts developed, or is this still your current proposal?
In terms of the display-based preferences, we still believe that it's an appropriate way to address observability of how the preferences are expressed. We've had a lot of conversations with the community in the meanwhile, and the conversations have only solidified my belief that it is actually a very viable route to expressing preferences. Maybe not all the exact terms that we are proposing. Maybe there needs to be some minor changes there, but in general, I'm fairly convinced that some form of display-based preference would actually help quite a bit with getting to a resolution. And I've not heard anything drastically negative that would undermine my confidence in this observation.
So my recollection of I think we first started talking about that in Zurich, if I remember correctly. Some of the concerns expressed were how general this framework was, in that it makes sense in the context of, for example, what we call search, and acknowledging that that is a very contentious and fuzzy term. But when applied to other use cases for AI, keeping in mind that AI is a very broad kind of computer science technique, if anything, they become much less applicable or much fuzzier in their application. So have you thought about that anymore?
Yeah, so even though we call it display-based preference, we had a foundation model training category to address training scenarios that is not necessarily display. The definition of that is still under debate in this community. But in terms of applicability of this across the scenarios that most people seem to care about, there are of course always scenarios that we've not considered, even the use cases that we kind of discussed this morning. We could potentially map them onto the use cases and still, we've actually tried doing this, right? So internally, we've, when we were talking to a few people, we actually tried to take some of the use cases and say, okay, how would we apply these preferences onto those use cases? And we were able to come up with pretty good ways of doing this without over-specifying something or under-specifying something. That doesn't mean that we've solved all the problems there, but nothing so far seems to suggest that we should completely give up on the approach. Or that it's a really bad idea, right? Like we've been really probing a lot on this.
And do you see, considering the current state of things, because it's not the state of things that we had when you made the proposal, is it something that's additive to what we have, or is it replacing the current terms, or how would you see it being incorporated?
I think the current draft has less to do about the use cases than about the foundation model training. I think in that sense, it's additive. But there are some adjustments that we will have to make, particularly the one repeated feedback that we are hearing is around how we would define search, right? But setting that issue aside, it would be additive given the current state of the draft. So it's not a full replacement.
Timid-Robot, like, was there a lingering hand or did you want to say something?
There was a lingering hand.
Sorry. Martin, go ahead.
Remove that.
So after the discussion in Zurich, I sat down and tried to make the display-based preferences work. And I was unable to, for exactly the reasons that Mark was talking about. I wasn't able to find a coherent description of what it meant that wasn't tied specifically to an application. And that I think is the primary challenge here. It's very easy to sort of conceptualize these things in the context of something like the search engines that people experience today, and think about the sort of constraints that we had in that context. But in terms of thinking about this more generically, I was completely unable to do anything with what you had. And I raised some of those issues at the time, and I don't think we've seen any progress on any of that. So how do you propose that we proceed? So Martin, we've not submitted a new draft as a response to the feedback we've received. Obviously, we can go back and do that. We are happy to do that. But to also represent the conversations that we've had, most people that we've had a conversation with seem to be able to apply it and come away with a clear expression of what they want. Would love to understand more as to where it's failing, and maybe that's a good discussion to have. We spent a good long time at the meeting following the one, and that's all recorded. There's a presentation deck I put together. Yeah, we'll go back and take a look for sure. But the people that we've been talking to, at least, I mean, we may propose some changes in the form of the language of how we express it to make it clearer. We may remove one, add one. That's fine. But I'm happy to go back and revisit the conversation from Zurich and try to really adjust the draft. But we've not offered a draft because still a lot of people kept saying, hey, we want to have more discussions around it. So we didn't change the draft so that we have some stability around what people are reading. I'm happy to go back and revise the draft and make any changes, provide additions, clarify language, maybe add use cases. I don't know. We can definitely take a look. I'm not opposed to any of those discussions at all. I don't have any dogma about it.
I mean, we will be talking about the search terms later on, and maybe if we make some progress on search, then it might be good to revisit and say, you know, I could see a possibility where if we have a good search term that we've agreed to, then you can start offering refinements to that term or specializations of that term. I think what I heard before, and I think what Martin's confirming is that it's just when they're considered outside of the scope of search, it gets a little confusing for people.
Yeah, I think that the definition of search will definitely have an impact on the actual terms that would end up in the final draft of something like this, right? And also, if search is really clearly defined, some of these terms may not be necessary, which would help us reduce the burden on preferences as well. So there's much discussion to be had. Like I said, in general, the feedback has been, okay, this gets us most of the way there, but it's all also, we've talked to a lot about with the publisher community. We've talked a lot with smaller businesses, small scale folks, and it seems to get people there most of the way. But like Martin is saying, there are scenarios that we probably are blind to that we should probably be addressing, and we should go back.
I think like Martin's point was like, on a non-search context, it's not obvious, right? Like, if search is the application, it's clearer, but if it's not obvious. I think
It's debatable, but sure.
Chris.
Oh, thanks. Just struggling with the mute button there. So yeah, I mean, my read of this was very similar to what Martin's just said. I found it very difficult to understand, like, how I would apply this. So rather than, Christian, as you were saying, like, tell us where we're going wrong, I'd be very interested to hear from the people who are telling you that it works for them, because I'd be very interested to sort of hear that perspective.
I'll second that. It's great to hear from those people.
Fars.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. WebEx is very slow. So basically, I was one of the ones, and Alistair Cooper and I, we mentioned that we need to revisit Krishna's proposal, and that it has not been discussed in detail. And I was in Zurich meeting, and I didn't feel that we discussed it. And as we are talking, I keep hearing that, oh, it's not implementable. It's not, like, we face difficulties, but I don't hear details. Which part is not implementable? What are the problems? Because Krishna's draft has some granular preferences that might actually address some of the concerns and blocking we have. So I think that we need to set up an hour and sit down, go through Krishna's draft. But before doing that, we actually have to consider what we are working on at the moment, and then see how we can incorporate Krishna's internet draft and how Krishna internet draft can help us. But at this stage, all I'm hearing is that, no, we don't like this. It was not, we worked on it, we don't like it. And I think that Krishna's draft actually has a lot of merit, and it could address some of the problems that we face in our conversations.
Thanks, Fars. Paul?
So I think there's at least one problem that has been clearly articulated here, and that it seems to be very narrow towards a specific sort of scenario, and it is hard to imagine how this works, namely the internet search scenario. And it is hard to see how this provides us with meaningful use cases in a lot of other contexts. Like, I think that is sort of at least one sort of substantive point of criticism that has been raised by a number of people here. And I think we should acknowledge that. The other thing, if I understood you correctly, I heard Krishnan say towards the end of your thing that you actually said, if we were able to develop like a search category based on the other approaches that have been forward, that would mitigate the need for some of the more granular things that you have proposed. So like, I actually thought that was a way forward for us to first look at the other things and then maybe come back to Krishnan's thing and says, are there still parts of that? If that was your suggestion and I understood that right, like, I think that is maybe a way forward for now. But I'm not sure if I fully understood you correctly.
Well, I mean, if we have clarity on one aspect of the preference that is getting expressed, let's say that we completely nail down the definition of what search means and how we can express things there. Obviously, any other proposal that have been put in place or have been proposed actually have to be reconsidered in the context of the clarity that we've just had.
Of course.
So in that sense, yeah, I mean, if we completely nail down the definition of search and we are able to offer something with clarity, then yeah, we'll have to go back and relook at what other proposals are there. Not just this one. Every other proposal needs to be reconsidered in the context of the clarity that we have.
So just to follow on to that, I from listening to this, my current thinking, which very happy to change, is that the most productive thing might be to get to the search on our agenda, have that discussion, see if we can make some progress, have that discussion with your proposal in the back of our minds.
Sure.
And then if we can make progress there, come back to it and say, okay, let's see how this could fit in and whether we're still interested and so forth and so on.
That's a fair approach.
The caveat there is if you want it to apply to something greater than search, that brings in, I think, the issues that have been referred to. And we have to think through what does it mean to have a limit on the excerpt length in, like a summarization use case or in a, accessibility use case or whatever.
So I will say this, right? If we say that this has to have applicability in context outside of search, then it's incumbent on that argument to provide all the context where it should be applied, where it fails. It would be at least a handful of really key use cases that would fall outside that it doesn't meet, needs to be provided, and we need to work through them, right? Like it's just at that point, it's just how you work through the technical details of what gets proposed.
Right.
We cannot just say, hey, it applies to other scenarios, and if other scenarios and you're not able to articulate it, that's not a good argument.
But yeah, we could specify it as just these are parameters on the search term, or
Sure.
we could, but we'll get to that, it sounds like. Okay.
Thanks. Nate?
Yeah, so on that point, I think there are a couple things. One, I've thought a lot about like output or display-based expressions or ways of doing this. And the issue is that it doesn't capture like those of us who just don't want to contribute to this AI enterprise. Maybe because we hold the ideological position that we just don't want our work used for something that we think is harmful for the world. And so if you're only focusing on display, like you miss that sort of ability to express a preference for everything that leads up to the actual display. To put a concrete example on it, imagine a sketch artist. I have a lot of artist friends who care a lot about this. Imagine a sketch artist who has a very particular style. They may not want their work to be used at all by any sort of generative models, independent of what is displayed, because they simply do not want to contribute to that. And they might have very valid reasons for doing that. And also with display, in that context, it gets really hard. Like at what point is that style being pulled into the output anyway, even if you were going with a display sort of approach, like because of the way that these models work, like everything that is included into the input affects the output. And so I think that anything that's focused on display or output is inherently limiting and doesn't capture those of us who wish to express the preference. We just don't want to participate in this AI endeavor.
So we'll stop. So I just have a follow-up on that. Doesn't the foundation model training part capture that?
No, because what I just talked about is like a grounding example.
Like that's
Could-
the
could be
use
an example.
side. of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get to that discussion as well.
Yeah.
What's your name? Sorry.
Nate.
Martin?
Yeah, so I'm still unclear about whether this is scoped within the context of that one specific application or whether this is intended to be general. And I think this is a point of confusion in all of this. I didn't hear you very clearly, Krishna, when you spoke just now. I didn't hear your position on this. You said a lot of words, but I'm good at them. Really answer the question for me. Are these display-based things limited to search applications and those adjacent to them, or are they intended to be more general? Because I think a few people have interpreted this as being more general, and when we try to interpret them as being more general, we fail. So, okay, I'm going to say a lot of words which won't make much sense to you because that's all I'm capable of with all the jet lag that I have right now. So we'll give it a try. Yeah, I'm going to try and see if I fail at it. Okay. I think that display-based preferences gets to 90% of the use cases that people really, really care about. And any preference or anything that we write as specifications are coming out of this body, any other body, it's impossible to cover 100% of the cases and make everybody happy. If we can come up with something that can just literally make every single stakeholder happy, that's great. But in the absence of that, we have to satisfy 90 to 95% of the things that people want and are observing as trouble in the ecosystem. So the proposal is geared towards that. So the display-based preferences definitely addresses that part of the problem. And it does go further and addresses some of the other use cases because we went and looked at it for code generation, for example, right? And it does help there as well because of various, options that we have there. Now, we can argue whether, it satisfies one very specific use case you have in mind or not, but I am pretty sure that it satisfies 90 to 95% of the use cases that people have.
So if I could interject, I think it's not, the concerns that I've heard, if I'm understanding them correctly, are not so much about what use cases it covers. It's that they're difficult to interpret on their own. So, we've defined a training term and you can visualize that as an application, you're training a model and it produces an output. And then the parameters, the display-based terms parameterize that output or how it can be used. Same with search. But if they're just floating out there on their own and you apply them to some application that somebody's using AI for, their application is perhaps less clear. And I think that might be the nexus of the concern.
Yeah, so we are getting into the attachment mechanism now, right? Like how you attach these preferences also has an impact on how people will be able to use it in different scenarios. No, I think Mark's point is more that, and we've talked about this in the context of search. Search is not a single thing. It's part of a spectrum of uses of this technology that include finding stuff and go all the way to chatbots. The point here is that we might be able to look at a particular point in that space and say that the display-based preferences apply in a particular way to this specific application. But we can't generically apply that to arbitrary uses of the technology. What would the arbitrary uses be? Well, that's exactly the point. But what would they be? A few examples would help. People use AI for a few things. Pick one, self-driving cars, stock prediction, medical imagery, dealing with diagnosis in medical applications. Where do the display-based preferences apply in the context of detecting tumors in a radiology scan? I think we are conflating some of the model training aspects and the grounding aspects with the display aspects. So in the scenarios that you have identified under the display-based preferences options, we do have things that allow you to not ground on something. So I think that if you were to extend that logic, it is possible to express that certain image types cannot be used, certain inference types cannot be used. But if there are scenarios like that, they represent gaps, right? That doesn't say that all the other scenarios that we've described, which cover 95%, 90% of the cases are wrong. It just means that we have to cover the 10% more.
Kevin, go.
So when I've thought about display-based preferences and approaches like them, which I have a little bit, I like them in the sense that they focus on the observable outcome, which has been one of the ways we've built consensus in the past. I thought about them more in the way that Mark described them, as parameters on a category, so that in effect you can say no or yes, but with conditions, right? I think that the use cases we were trying to separate with those conditions, let's take search as an example, were things like the Lederhosen style traditional search 10 blue linksy thing and a full synthesis AI overview that doesn't provide attribution, right? that was the thought behind behind providing those parameters, right? Our colleagues from Google made the point accurately that there are all kinds of AI and machine learning techniques used to deliver the Lederhosen style traditional experience. And there isn't anything wrong with that. I think what we heard from our colleagues on the publishing side was that what they were actually upset about was that the outcome no longer directed traffic to their websites, in effect, to sort of what led into Brad's proposal around substitutive use, right? Which is
part of it. And then the things leading up to that display text also, the things that might not be displayed as well, right? That could be another, what Nate was saying in terms of it might not display the same style in this context, but
Chris, can you speak up?
I was just kind of saying it beyond the display, there's also kind of the lead up to that, the use of content data in generating information that may not be displayed, but it could be used for other purposes, right? So I was trying to relate that to what Nate was saying before about the style being extracted from a certain sketch artist. It may not be displayed in that context directly, but it may derive that style and use it another way. So that's kind of another concern.
Kind of takes us back to the conversation we were having on coffee during the break, right? I totally hear Chris's concern. I think it's a very valid one. On the other end of that particular pool, though, if we are expected to, index and surface search results, for example, we need to be able to work with the content that we're scoring and indexing and retrieving. It seems like we should be able to find a way to structure that addresses those.
Should be, right. So that's why we were talking about AI use versus kind of display and like what uses fall into that category versus outside of it.
Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
So I usually ask people to expand acronyms. What does the acronym Lederhosen mean?
So we were in Zurich.
I was there.
We got a little goofy. We were all locked in a room for a couple of days. You'll all get to experience that if you didn't in Zurich in a day or two. And people kept saying traditional search, like it was in the old days. And we noticed that every time somebody said search, different parties in the room had a different association with it, and went back to their preconception of what search was and how it was built, what effects it had and stuff. And so I think it was Martin's
fault. It was my fault.
No, it was Paul's fault. Paul's fault, yeah. But I think the intention was just to stick a word on it that was the thing we were talking about and didn't have any preconceptions attached to it. And we picked Lederhosen.
Because they're tradition.
Because they're tradition. Yeah, thanks, Tom.
No, you just give the history, you don't give the meaning.
So it's the 10 blue links classical search of 15 years ago, right? It's kind of the closest thing I can give as a definition for that.
I think Aaron's proposal, GitHub from a couple of days ago, which calls it non-generative search results, is actually a maybe more suitable technical term for what we call data host back here.
Even though things like the snippets on it are probably generated.
Well, we'll get to this, I think, when we
Yeah,
get.
I'm thinking.
I think it tries to point to the same spot, to the same concept, and I like that better.
So I think I'm glad to see we already have a Lederhosen reference, just barely 2 hours in. That's good for the working group culture.
2 hours, Mark.
I think from what I'm hearing, it makes sense to maybe put a pin in this, keep it in the mind as we have our other discussions, and come back to it and see if we can make some progress. Does that make sense to you, Krishna?
That's fine.
Okay, great. So then we have in the same bucket this focus on purpose of use rather than time of ingestion. When it eventually loads. This was from Ecker. I'm not sure this is terribly actionable at this point. In that, in some ways, we seem to have gone down this route. If you consider creating a foundation model a purpose And if you consider hosting a search service for some definition of search, which we're still trying to nail down, also a purpose. Those are the two terms we have. I think this could be used to inform any future terms that we come up with. Is there anything else to talk about on this particular issue right now? This does seem to keep on coming up, and I haven't heard pushback against it conceptually, but in terms of what it actually means for action, we need to get down to the details.
I mean, I tend to be of the opinion that the existing search definition, at least the current draft, is more of like a display output based thing. I think that purpose is what matters. Like, I think it's what matters to asset owners. And I also think that the person who is accessing the asset knows what their purpose is. So I think that it is a good approach for doing this because it is expressible, it is knowable, and so it meets both of those sort of things. I think that the foundation model training category is really good, and I think we should just continue that forward logically with the same sort of structure as opposed to trying to shift to some sort of like a display-based thing. I guess I'm not sure I agree that the current search definition is purpose-based, but in general, I think a purpose-based approach makes more sense.
Just at a general philosophical level, does anybody want to push back on this notion of trying to be more purpose-based in the vocabulary terms we define?
I'm a Hannah. So if we go down that path, are we getting into the same realm we have today with a lot of privacy frameworks, where if I'm a data collector of PII, and I've declared my primary purpose for use of that PII, my original collection purpose, much like if we declare the original use of the access in this framework. Under the privacy rules, if I want to use that stuff for a secondary purpose, I can't. I need to go back to the original party and say, I now want to use your data for this new purpose that wasn't originally declared. Do we end up in that same situation if we take this approach, where there's an original purpose and original intent for the use, but if I wanted to use it again for a secondary way or an evolved way, I need to go back and re-access it or reassess it?
Well, we're not creating a negotiation protocol.
I understand that. Right. I understand that, but in our mindset, when we say we are going to have this framework that focuses on a purpose, what happens when the purpose changes or there's a new purpose that occurs? What is our expectation in our work that we're doing here of what that consequence of that new purpose is I guess what I'm asking.
That's definitely something we need to keep in mind, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've pared down the vocabulary so much. To contextualize this issue, Ecker raised this at a time when our vocabulary was much more tilted towards the technology used at a particular time rather than the purpose it was used for. And I think that's what he's trying to highlight here.
Let me say, I'm not against Ecker's observation. I'm not trying to argue against it. Okay. I'm trying to explore the consequences of going, yes, this is a better way of doing it. And I think that one of those consequences is this secondary purpose question then becomes, well, what do we do with that? Like, what is our intent to do with that? I'm not even trying to bias it of even say what the answer should be. I'm just raising, I think that creates that question that we have to address then.
Well, I think we need to keep in mind also where we are expressing preferences. So it's the question of, if I want to honor your preferences and you've told me your preference is only X and I want to do Y, the natural implication is that I need to go talk to you or double check or a number of different pathways or I need to decide, no, I'm going to ignore your preference.
I think, so I think one of the things is that the temporal thing of this has not been solved, right? Like, so the idea was like, when you collect the data for like training or whatever, you kind of remember what you got in the robusta text and that's what you have. That's the preference. So if you're like, in addition to Mark's point, whether we are, so if you decide to like honor the preference, right? Like, the idea would be like, it's at the time of collection what the preference that was expressed. So if you do another training run or something like that, you can go collect the stuff again and do it. But other than that, I don't think there's like, we are putting in any requirements for like going back and check. Like Mark said, this is not a negotiation protocol, right? It's at the time of collection. And in cases like Tom's stuff, right, in Creative Commons and stuff, the idea is that this preference is going to be transitively communicated. like, when somebody collects it and passes it on for use at some other time. So I think that's the best we can do. Anything more than that is probably going to be much harder.
Okay, and again, I'm trying to be very conscious of not biasing the outcome. I will say, if that is the way we want to go, then it would be very good for us to document that as our expectation. And that's what we've decided, just so that people reading it, going, oh, okay, that's what they meant in this context when it comes to secondary purpose.
Sounds good. Thank you. Would it be possible for you to file an issue, Glenn, on this?
I can try.
Okay, thank you. Brad?
Yeah, I think some of this is happening in the chat now. I see you folks that are saying that preferences that might travel with the assets. So some of this is going to be addressed in terms of the attachment mechanism. And I think it just also points to the limitations of what a preference can or can't do. Secondary uses, that's why we have terms of service. That's why we have things that are more detailed in places at the point of collection, which can address what secondary uses are permitted or not permitted in terms of the direct engagement between the collector and the provider. And I think that's, another reason why we need to bear in mind that these preferences can.
Brad, can you speak up like people on the other side?
Yeah, sorry, that these preferences, sorry. What was that? These preferences.
Louder.
That these preferences have their own built-in limitations. So terms and conditions, that's why underscores why they're so important that they continue to apply, because that will govern these secondary downstream, potentially these secondary downstream uses that where intentions and purposes could change, what end users might be able to have access to. And yeah, that's
I want us to we're definitely going to get to attachment at some point, but I want us to make sure we stay on topic here in terms of, I think this is really about purpose-based vocabulary versus technology-based vocabulary.
To the purpose question, Mark, I think bearing it in mind and having purpose kind of infuse how we frame the vocabulary is really important, because ultimately that's what gives it meaning. But I also think we're going to have to balance ways in which the vocabulary is framed so that it is well understood and not a matter of pure intent, because that makes it rather sort of, amorphous when it comes to, do I have that intent? Is there an intent? Is there a uniform, way to show that? And I don't know if there is.
Warren?
Yeah, I mean, we've had very similar conversations past, and accurately describing the sort of purpose, I think, is going to get really hard. So when you start publishing something, you say this can be used for search, as an example. Then people decide it would be really useful to be able to use some content for doing self-driving cars. What you would like to do is, can I search through these images for stop signs so I can train my car what a stop sign looks like? Is that search? Is that not? Or it would be useful, using an earlier example, to be able to train things based on images for radiology. Can I use stuff which I initially got for training things to be like, this is a broken bone or a broken arm? I don't know. It was originally search. It wasn't search radiological or similar. Having a way to predict in the future how AI might evolve seems incredibly difficult. And either you say, you cannot use it for something, so you opt out, or we're going to end up in a case where you can't really evolve from this platform, I think.
Paul?
I think we're overcomplicating things. Like, we have at the moment two purpose-based definitions, and to your point, this is not about the answer, or the thing that we're trying to clarify is, can I use an asset that I have access for a specific purpose? Our current vocabulary draft contains two purposes: a somewhat ill-defined search purpose and a somewhat better defined foundational model training purpose. So like, you go there and you see the preference associated to that. Your AI model, your stop sign example sounded to me pretty close to like I'm training a new foundational model for sort of cars. If it says no, then you can't. If you want to, if it says yes for search, then you can use it for that purpose. So like like we are at a purpose-based thing at the moment. Yes. And in that sense, like I think Ecker's sort of like issue is actually resolved for the time being. We might need to reopen it if we come with other non-purpose-based vocabulary terms. Sure. But as long as we have purpose-based vocabulary terms, like I think we've solved that.
And understand, Warren, that I think this is informed by our experience over the last year plus of we tried the technology-based approach and it came to insurmountable issues in that.
I think that we're in violent agreement here. I don't.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks. Erin?
Yeah, I think we should be kind of flagging these things and then setting them aside for the attachment discussion. Because I agree, like if we have purpose-based categories and somebody wants to use an asset for multiple purposes, then each of those is covered by the relevant category. And like how to retain that over time, or right, I think those are attachment questions, and it's good to raise them, but then perhaps document them in the wiki and then move on.
Thanks. Yeah. Okay. I'm inclined to go ahead and close this one. Does anybody want to push back on that?
Can I just ask?
Yeah, Nick. Go.
What is the purpose of the current search? I'm just kind of surprised that people would characterize the current search definition as purpose-based. So I just want to kind of align on like what do people view as the purpose of the current definition? Like how is it purpose-based?
I think like Paul did mention, it's kind of ill-defined, right? Like, so I think that's something we need to work on.
We acknowledge we need to work on it, definitely. Okay. Yeah.
Also, one very important thing to keep in mind is that this specific search preference has a certain origin story to it, which is mostly as a secondary preference towards the no training preference. So this comes from, I think, a use case that was identified relatively early in the thing, that people wanted to be able to ensure that when they say no to training or foundational model training in our current things, that they could clearly express the fact that they do explicitly not want that to result in exclusion from traditional search results. That was it's a bit of an odd one thing. Like we think that many people who will actually want to signal negative in the sense do not do this preferences might want to couple them with a positive towards search in that sense.
Okay, I mean that I understand that. I think I had just conceptualized it as more of like a display or output based thing because it's really based on these conditions that are display based. So if it is purpose, I think it's important that that's a clear articulation of a purpose. But whatever purpose it is, we have.
I think that the abstract purpose is really to be able, like we had that a long time, train no, search yes, to kind of like decouple these two very abstract, not fully defined concepts from each other to give people the ability to do that.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and close this one, I think. We can always reopen it. Closing it does not mean there's consensus. It's just, this is a note-taking for Suresh and I, basically, to make sure we understand the state of the group. So that takes us to number 170, hierarchical structure is problematic, which I think is Krishna's issue as well. And I think the state we're in here is we don't actually have hierarchy, except that there are some lingering bits of text in the draft about hierarchy.
Draft 05 doesn't have hierarchical.
The terms are not.
Yeah. Well, unless you consider there to be an overlap between search and foundation.
Right.
Yeah.
But like that issue clearly speaks about draft 03, which had a hierarchy in sort of like no to all, and then a couple of these things. And I understood Krishna's comment to be about that was considered to be problematic.
I think in the current state of the draft, this might be a less of an issue, Mark, because I think it's addressing an issue that was there, but not.
I think perhaps the best thing to say now is we'll come back to this if necessary.
I saw your notes there. I think that's good.
Okay. All right, let's leave that alone for now. That takes us to our old friend, Max.
Just, I presume we'll come back to it as a matter of course, but I did want to note that the arguments about the like automated processing category and the TDM level conversation, we'll probably deal with this one. I think that's what you meant by we'll probably come back to it at some point, but I just wanted to
It
call that out.
depends on what other vocabulary terms we define.
Right, and I know that that's, you know, that's one of the things that changed in draft 5 here was the removal of that level of category. And I know that that's not really a consensus position, and we've had some argument about it, so I just wanted to call it out, that's all.
Right,
But
we're at the point now where we didn't have consensus to have that in the draft, so we're looking for proposals for a term that can gain consensus to re-add.
Sure. I think there's some, if I remember correctly, there's some issues that address that later on.
I don't think there is currently proposals to re-add a catch-all category, like, which is frankly, given the history of that conversation, somewhat surprising, but like looking at the current sort of documentation that we have is nobody has proposed to re-add it. We've removed it from 04 to 05.
Okay.
So if you want to make a proposal.
Sorry, I might have been conflating explicit GitHub issues versus conversation on the mailing list, which I think was still relatively strong disagreement to. Anyway, I hear what you're saying. Perhaps we just put a pin in that.
So Max, there's like one, maybe it might help, maybe it won't, but I think the idea was like, we're not gonna add stuff in the draft without consensus, right? So the reason this is not there is because we couldn't get consensus on it, not that we had consensus to remove it, right? Like, the idea would be that anything that gets added to the draft needs to go through a consensus process. So unless like somebody makes a proposal saying like, hey, and gets consensus on it, it's not going in the draft. So think of it as that way, right? Like, it's not that we are like putting in things that, so the idea is like getting the minimal things in that have consensus in there, right? Like, and
respectfully, we don't have consensus on the search definition at the moment. The search definition is still there.
And the draft won't ship. But I think like people are much further apart on the TDN thing that I don't think, at least as chairs, we didn't see a way of getting consensus on it. But if you do have a proposal that we can try to ask for consensus on, sure, right? But I think it's much harder, at least from the last time around, right? Like, and we can keep it open, but I think the point still remains that for stuff to get into the draft and to get into working group last call, we need consensus on the text, whatever that is. Even for search, if we cannot get consensus on search, at some point we need to decide if just shipping the foundational model stuff is worth it or not, right? Maybe it's not, right? But I think the point is like everything that's in the draft at working group last call time, hopefully should have consensus. Otherwise, it's not going to go there.
Yeah, in that case, I think this needs to stay open.
Yeah, it is staying open.
Yeah, I understood.
Okay, it's just that right now it's not productive.
I got you.
Okay, so let's move on to training. 183, I think we made some progress on in the side meeting. Or not, sorry, the side meeting, the interim that we had, the online interim that we had. And I think, yeah, we were talking about just removing the word large or language around the word large to come up. So I made a straw man proposal on the list, sorry, on the issues list. Does this address the concern?
We have to ask Alyssa, who has had 3 weeks to respond and hasn't.
Indeed.
I think it does.
Understand we have one other issue open. Well, we have some definitional issues around AI, so if we can put those to the side. Just
This is definitional too.
In the narrow confines of this issue that Alyssa raised, do we think that this is an improvement that is sufficient to address the issue?
We're going to complain about the word wide.
How far are we away from a world where foundation models are not the only models that are going to be, how far are we away from a world where foundation models are not the primary or only models which are going to be powering AI services, small language models, things are rapidly evolving. I've been a bit puzzled about the change that was made to focus AI training only in relation to foundation models. I realize that there may not be a sort of clear way to articulate what sits outside of that, but I also don't know if there's a really strong reason to draw a circle around that now if AI training is something that we think a preference should exist for, you know, outside of the specific object of it, you know, of what's being trained.
So put a timer on it, maybe?
Yeah.
Paul, did you want to
I would maybe just argue take that a little bit further. Like, I think this sort of like by focusing on one specific type of model, you create a very strong incentive for entities intending to use assets to do something that resembles AI training to claim that the models they are producing are not foundation models. So this feels like asking for people trying to circumvent this particular thing, versus the previous AI model training probably provides more clarity in those edge cases. That is my main sort of conceptual doubt about what we have right now.
So are the concerns mostly around this second sentence?
I think it is. The concern is anchoring the training use case on a specific type of model.
So assume that I don't know, foundation models is poutine or something. You know, it's just a word. What other parts of this definition, if you consider it a self-contained definition, are problematic in that reading?
I think the general implication that there's other models that are not foundation models, and that by expressing a preference against this category, you are also implicitly not expressing that against everything else.
So perhaps just AI models then.
Yes. Yeah. What's I think that's your question. What's actually the delta between foundation models and all other, what are all the other ones? You're not expressing preference against that. Do we have sufficient clarity about that? Are they all benign?
Yeah. Paul, would you mind updating the issue with your concern? Because I think otherwise we don't have visibility into what you're thinking.
Well,
So
I think this is a different issue, to be honest. Alyssa's issue is quite narrow.
Right, but the thing is, it's somehow connected to what Paul is raising, right? Because people might use this as a circumvention tool for whatever they want to do, right? If you kind of do.
I'm just trying to close issues.
Yeah. Okay, Chris.
I think I wouldn't necessarily even call it an issue. It's a question I have. If everybody else is fine.
So let's hear responses to that, because I'm interested too. Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah. So to Alyssa's very specific issue about quantified thresholds, I think she's right, and I tend to agree that perhaps we shouldn't attempt to quantify, what is a large model versus some other size of model. But I agree with Paul's comments earlier that, anchoring this on foundation models, creates the possibility that there are other kind of models that kind of fall outside of that scope, and as technology evolves and definitions change and so on. So I think having something that's perhaps a bit more general than foundation models would be helpful. And I'd also like to kind of respond to the point that Martin made earlier about the word wide, because we're adding here some element of sort of subjectivity into the definition. What do we mean by a wide range of use cases? A foundation model that's only put to a single purpose kind of falls outside of this definition. So I think that concern around wide foundational are perhaps separate to this particular issue. But I think we do need to sort of revise the definition. But to Alyssa's original point about quantification, yeah, I agree with that.
Thanks, Chris. Timid Robot, did you want to say something? You had your hand up before, Kevin.
Yep. Name is Timid Robot. I would love to see also see it be made more generic. I think Mark, you asked besides the very large number of assets, I would also say the first sentence, large models. I think that that's I don't see large as having a lot of helpful meaning.
That's actually Alyssa's issue, is to get rid of large.
Okay. And also, yeah, I think just AI models would be sufficient.
So the text I have hopefully on screen, I removed that second sentence and changed foundation models to AI models.
Just get rid of models that on the first sentence because there's
Yeah, fair
no
enough.
point in the circular definition. Yeah. So that's wrong. That's objectively wrong. AI models don't always possess generative capabilities. And so you've
Right. What is wrong? What is that? The second sentence?
No, AI models typically possess generative capabilities, is what it says. And that's not true.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah.
Is this what we're getting to?
Keep deleting. This is the problem we face, right?
Right.
Because a lot of the tension that was here derived from the fact that people were concerned that the definition we had encompassed things like, ordinary least squares regression that you perform, which is effectively developing a model with maybe one parameter or two parameters, and that still fits the definition. And so we went with foundation model because it has sort of location that it has these broad applicability things. And I think there's a few things that need to be included in that. One is the potential for use, not the actual use, because of Paul's concern. And the other is the generative aspect of the whole thing. And the sidebar on beta lesson, I think, is relevant here. A lot of the applications that people are looking to use are going to be more amenable to use by these generic models because they are that much more capable.
So do you have a suggestion?
I'm actually kind of okay with where it was.
Post Alyssa's edit.
Post the large tweak.
Yep.
I think the second sentence I would tweak, but that's probably not relevant for this discussion.
Well, if that tweak makes people more comfortable, it is relevant.
No, it's just wording. The word
Okay.
is terrible.
All right.
Yeah, I think we have a huge queue to go through. Kevin?
I was going to throw into the mix. Is it possible that the thing we're interested in here is the idea that the model would be used for arbitrary purposes, potentially unrelated to whatever purpose is making the person expressing preferences express the preferences they're expressing, rather than how big the model is or anything else? It's the fact that the use is arbitrary.
I'm going to interject, and I'm very conscious that I don't hear anyone pushing back on getting rid of large. But I do hear people picking apart other parts of the text here. So is anybody in queue to push back on getting rid of large?
I think the biggest concern I have there is just that it seems like it sweeps in a whole bunch of other stuff. It expands the scope of the conversation quite a bit.
If we go in this direction and get rid of large.
Have to think about it.
Okay. What would be the
as a queue, so unless like you're specifically commenting on it. Nick?
Yeah, I think the subjective terms are, especially large, are problematic. But I mean, I think this idea of focusing on foundation models might have made sense with the way that products were presented 2 years ago. Today, most of the AI systems are integrated with multiple models, multiple foundation models, RAG systems, data retrieval that's not based on deep learning. It's maybe based on hierarchical memory. So I wonder if this is focusing on, by focusing on foundation models, that we're focusing on one atomic component of what are sort of larger product systems.
To be clear, we've had many discussions about runtime use of data and other aspects. So this is in some ways intentionally compartmentalized, but that's good to keep in mind.
And specifically, we did have a separate vocabulary term.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of this, but like foundation models themselves are becoming less foundational to these products, and more of one component in a larger system. And I think focusing strictly on them would potentially reduce the applicability.
So would just a simple change of terminology help here, or is something deeper what you're suggesting?
I guess the foundation models themselves, what would that technically be? Would that just be a set of weights? Is that what we're talking about here? Whether it
Ultimately, we're talking about producing a set of weights. If you just say that, you end up with the, well,
yeah, I don't have a great suggestion. This has the risk of being too broad and also too narrow.
Simultaneously.
But I agree with removing the large, the original.
So we've discovered a galaxy of new issues, but we might be able to close one. So,
Mike?
So, speaking not as the AD here, we said that we've kind of moved in a direction of expressing purpose, and I think that's true for search. But I think the reason that we have a foundation model category, like we said we were looking at purpose-based because we wanted to abstract away the question of how did you build the thing you built. If you use AI internally, with some exceptions, we had previously said, maybe we don't care how you arrive at it, we care what you do with it. And so the foundation model really means the thing that you are building, you will deliver to someone else and you don't know what they'll do with it. So maybe this is just wildcard. Like if you don't have a restriction on how your content is used, it can be used for one of these models. Otherwise, you are expressing some kind of restriction, and that restriction then would have to flow with the data or with the model that is produced.
Thanks, Mike. Sebastian, go ahead. I saw you dropped off.
Well, like in the second draft, we had the distinction between models that have the capacity to generate like synthetic content, or models that are specialized for the purpose of generating images and so on. So we had both, and I was wondering what the reason was to drop like that. So that would maybe be in addressing the issue.
I think this specific one is about like quantifying the large thing, right? So that's this specific issue, but not about the.
Okay. We're also having a secondary discussion about the term in general. We haven't logged an issue about that yet. I think we're still getting what the scope of that issue is.
Okay. And
Thanks. Paul?
So I'm also in favor of sort of
dropping the large and maybe closing this. The question I think we need to separately answer is if we had a discussion this morning quite extensively about a use case, which was I don't want my assets to be used to train AI models, why we are coming up with a vocabulary which defines a use case that is not train AI models, but train foundation models. Maybe there's good reasons for this, but to me, this implies at least that this is a subcategory of the thing that we had. I don't think anybody really pushed back against that particular use case, but how does this particular definition help us successfully address the use case that we identified this morning? That's a question we can separately answer. On this issue, without large, it's a better definition. So let's change that and maybe close the issue.
So Paul, if I dig a little bit into it, are you concerned that there's like somebody cannot express a preference on AI models that are not foundational models? Would that be our underlying concern, or I'm trying to dig a little bit deeper on that?
So my concern is we had this morning, like there's 4 things which basically says don't use this to train an AI model. Right? And now that were the use cases, right? Like this is the thing that we want to facilitate with the vocabulary. And now we're giving people the ability to say, don't use this to train a foundation model. Either foundation model and AI model are exactly one and the same thing, then we've successfully addressed the use case. If foundation model is bigger than AI model, we've also successfully addressed the use case. If foundation model is smaller than AI model, we haven't addressed the complete use case. That is my point. That implies we need another category at least, or we would need to rejigger the category or the use case.
Perhaps. I think part of the issue is in the use case, I don't want somebody to train an AI model with my data is relatively imprecise. And what we need to do is define vocabulary terms that are precise enough to be implemented. And whether or not that's reflecting the intent is, I think, the question we need to answer.
Thank you. Brad?
Thanks. That doesn't seem imprecise to me. It seems broad, but it doesn't seem imprecise.
This is not, but some.
I'm just saying the general use case and preference of I don't want my content to be used to train an AI model, period. And that includes foundational models, whatever form a model might take, small or big, generative, non-generative. Some models might be trained to perform a function of a profession that someone in that profession doesn't want to use their content to allow that model to train on that might replace them one day. I mean, that may be inevitable, but there may be a valid reason for them to express that preference.
Dan?
I think we're bumping up against the problem that we are trying to define some narrow categories like Marx expresses, but we have the problem that these terms of art are still evolving. I don't know if the term foundation model will still even be in use 2 years from now. And while you could say, well, let's take it in the ground. I think one of the issues being raised by people is they said, well, does that mean this? Does that mean this other thing that may come in 2 years that replaces foundation models because it gets replaced because some researchers have decided there's a new way of doing it. I like Mike's observation that it's less about defining the hard term foundation model and more about describing the meaning behind that purpose and that terminology in a more generic way than trying to reuse a current state of the art term that may not stick or evolve really well. And so maybe I'm suggesting, I don't care if it's big or large, I don't think that question's, I don't think it's important. But I do think nailing down a more broad term that is going to have a longer life than a current term of art is maybe a better approach.
Yeah, I think it's a good intent, right? But like we kind of didn't make progress. I think like Brad, you wrote the substitutive use cases thing, right? But it still does in our native case where he says like it's not about substitutive use. I just don't want it to be trained at all, right? So that does. So whatever that
is. An observation, because I've been following us. We've had this conversation for a while now.
Yeah, correct.
Really good point. I think we keep stumbling up on when we start narrowing down to something where we say, oh, we think we hit this. We have voices that pop up and say, oh, but that I think will exclude or enable my use case that I really care about. And I'm not sure those are productive. Maybe a different approach is have a broader thing like Mike proposes. And then if there are narrowings that we need to capture, maybe the first step is get it into the wiki where we log them. Say, here's a thing that doesn't cover. Document in the wiki so that we can either then create a distinct case if that's necessary, or we expand this thing to include it or exclude it as appropriate. But it seems like we're going around the same cycle of that's too broad, it doesn't cover my special use case. We need a different approach to break the logjam here a bit.
Yeah, sure.
Just an observation.
Yeah, makes sense, Glenda. I think like one of the thinking, like, with the initial hierarchical approach was like we would do the more generic things now and the specific things can come later. It's like, but since we don't have the hierarchy anymore, we cannot go down that path anymore, right?
Right.
So I think that's, your point is well made. Thank you. Thanks.
And I apologize, I do need to jump out to run a call. I will be back.
Enjoy. Max?
Sorry, I got a little bit distracted by the last point. Let me gather my thoughts briefly. I think one of the things that we're talking about here with like, is this too broad, and the like difficulties that a couple of people have now mentioned, right, is there's a lot of different perspectives that site owners, publishers, however you want to say it, are going to bring to this. And it's very difficult, if not impossible, to give them one definition of a foundation model that's going to address their specific need. I think when we look at Alyssa's issue with the word large, it is entirely plausible that different publishers will want to say, this is what I mean by large, this is what someone else means by large. And it's a fundamental, I think, issue for this group that we need to be very cognizant of, because we can't over-prescribe, I think, what a publisher's decision is here. And I know that's a tension here, but I think if I'm understanding Paul's point earlier, that's partially tied to it when we're talking about people trying to avoid a specific definition if we lean into it too much, or maybe they or everything sort of gets flattened in that way. And I think that's something that's quite critical on this issue.
Thanks, Max. Thank you. I think we exhausted the queue on this.
Yeah, so I'm not hearing any pushback on just dropping large, acknowledging that there are other issues here. So what I think we should do is I'm going to check with Alyssa to make sure that she doesn't have any further feedback, and then we'll perhaps ping the list and then instruct the editors to incorporate a suggestion. And I don't think this is something where we need to do a full consensus call. I hope we're not at that. So let's do that. And then we have this one. Does this capture what we were just discussing?
I don't think I'm necessarily suggesting
I'm happy to drop this if that makes
a specific definition of AI models, but like I think that first sentence.
That does that capture your issue? Okay. So we do need some further discussion about this and some proposals, especially if people maybe want to noodle over those during lunch. We can come back to this, because I would love to leave this meeting with the training term, whatever it is called, nailed down a little bit more. So if folks have further thoughts about this, please do conspire over lunch and bring some proposals to us, and we'll give you time. And that is, for reference, issue number 198. Yay.
That's not very many issues.
Coming to the HTTP working group, we're up to 3,000.
We'll get there.
Shut up. And the other training issue we had was use of fine-tune in the foundation AI model production category. This may be obviated by that discussion.
We don't have that in there at the moment.
Yeah.
And is this already overcome by events?
I think so. Now, I don't know that the fundamental issue has been resolved. I think that there's still an open question about whether the use of, I don't know, whatever systems people use to produce you know, refined weights or what have you for specific purposes. That has not really been very well addressed in what we have. I think because we aren't very specific, it probably is included in foundation model training.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does say fine tune. So that is.
But I think we're
I think we need to work on this one in the same way that we need to work on Paul's problem.
this can be
which is
part of
to say,
that same discussion. Yeah.
ultimately, what we're looking for here is sort of two things. One is the production of weights, and then how we structure the name of that thing. Because it's more than just producing weights. There's got to be some more conditions on it other than producing a set of weights, because the set of weights covers ordinary least squares and other techniques like that aren't what people intuitively understand as AI.
Brad?
Just a question for those who can explain to me, is fine-tuning ever not part of what is broadly considered to be training?
Yes. A number of people have more expansive understandings of what fine-tuning is than just the production of models. So some people consider fine-tuning to include things like sort of system prompt engineering that happens, where you adjust the prompt that you give the system. It also, for some people, yeah, Caleb's making that face, maybe.
Not because I disagree that some people might think that. But
Yeah.
it's a little changing the context without changing the weights.
Yeah, changing context, those sorts of things. There's also techniques like LoRa and whatnot that involve the production of weights that are based on a system of things that don't ultimately end up changing the weights in the core model itself. So there's a lot to it.
Given the sort of what I see as the driving use case, is there a distinction that we need to make in training and fine tuning for the purposes of expressing it?
I don't think we need to.
Okay.
I think that there's probably a version of this that simply focuses on the production of model weights, as long as we get the conditions on that correct.
And that would include the type of fine tuning.
And that would naturally include all the sorts of things that involve what you understand to be fine tuning. Leaving aside the tweaking of the context stuff.
So, Krishna, this was your issue. Any thoughts along those lines?
Yeah, I think the point that I was trying to make is fine tune is like a very specific thing. You can still produce the model without fine tuning it at all.
So this sounds like it's going the right direction to you.
Yeah, I think what so here I used words that essentially make sense, or we agree.
Yeah, I think we're all right on this one.
Okay,
we just need to do some. Someone needs to come up with a proposal.
That again. Okay. All right. So those two both need that new issue as well as this one need proposals for us to make progress.
We need to discuss them at lunch, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a nice lunchtime discussion. Hopefully I'm very happy to give folks who have proposals, especially if they've involved multiple people and perspectives, we can give them time to bring those proposals to the group. If it's a single person with a great idea, please go talk to other people first. Yeah. So next up is search, but it's
hands up.
Oh, we have hands up.
Yeah,
Aaron.
No, I can talk to the folks who are going to work on this.
Okay. So show of hands, who's interested in kind of working on that little cluster of issues? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think I'm gonna call out the names. So like it shows up. Can you keep your hands up so it gets in the transcript? Kevin, Martin, Paul, Brad, Aaron, the other Kevin, the original Kevin, Caleb, Kathy, and then Krishna.
Lovely. Thank you all. Thank you for your service. We've got a lunch to get. And there was someone else?
There is Max.
I have what I think is a technical question, but if the organizing group wants to say, sorry, if the group that's self-organized there wants to say, we'll get back to you after the lunch break, I think that's fine. But I guess reading through the original proposal, what I'm not entirely clear on is, yes, there are some technical differences, I think, in the weeds on how fine-tuning looks and these different types of fine-tuning. But practically, from the perspective of an outside body and the outcome of that fine-tuning, it's unclear to the technical differences. And so if there isn't really a output level difference, I don't see what the reason for being against fine-tuning is here. Maybe I'm not understanding something in the weeds here, but I think it's unclear to me.
I don't think that the position is, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not that it's against fine tuning, it's that the terminology is imprecise and not sufficient to cover all the different possible inputs or cases.
Let me try to rephrase. I don't think from a technical outputs perspective that the output of these different fine-tuning methods is substantially different in order to say these fine-tunings are not groupable in this, or these elements are not groupable. I think from a technical perspective, that's how it seems to me. So I'd like to hear more about that from the technical perspective. Does that make sense?
So I think the kind of direction, like, that this is going in is like kind of to say like, hey, the foundational models and anything refined from them was the direction this was going in. So that kind of goes in the same direction as what you're proposing, right? Like not put a fine point on it, but just say like anything that's some kind of derivative of that broadly is covered would be the direction it goes in.
I actually would like to speak to that. I think that kind of reopens the foundation model category into an all training category.
Into a what category?
Into an all model training category. Because the ambiguity that fine tuning introduces is whether you are doing the fine tuning on something that at the end of that process is still a foundation model within the foundation model category, or whether it is any subsequent training of a foundation model, which could then specialize it into something that is not a foundation model. And I think that is an important distinction that we should not be like, that introduces pretty significant differences. And I think the point of having a foundation model category is to be able to target something that does have those multiple applications and that is fairly generalizable. And fine tuning is not a necessary component of that, because if we define kind of training as just adjusting model weights or something else more generic, then it doesn't really matter like pre, post, but that ambiguity about when something stops being a foundation model is important.
Max, would you like to sit in on this, like join this like self-organized group and kind of put in your concerns when they talk about it, or do you want to wait till they come back with something?
I'm happy to wait until they come back. I think there's enough cooks in that kitchen, and I'm happy to get the summarized output and try to go from there. Frankly, Aaron's follow-up didn't clarify a lot for me. That might be for a number of reasons. I'm not entirely sure. So I'm happy to wait until after lunch and since it's clear we'll come back to it. I don't think we need to hash it out now.
Okay, sounds good. Chris, you got the last word?
Yes. So if the process of fine tuning, like as Aaron perhaps described it, takes a foundation model and turns it into something that we categorize as not a foundation model, like from a creator or publisher's perspective, I'm not sure that's a distinction that is terribly meaningful to us. And I think we would want to be able to express a preference that encompasses both of those sort of activities. So that was just on that point. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is being remote. I'm happy to help with definitions if there's any sort of technical way to involve remote participants, but I'll understand if that's not practical for you.
Thanks for that. Yeah. Okay. So it's 12:15, more or less. Our next big topic is search. So I'm inclined to say let's call that lunch. Let's give folks ample time both to get lunch and have some meaningful conversations. Both that conversation we just talked about, as well as any other kind of folks who want to get together, talk about proposals or come to a better understanding of what we're doing here. So let's come back here at, what do you think?
1:30.
1:30? Yeah. Come back here at 1:30 local time and we'll continue. Get an update from that group to see if they've got anything to bring to us and then move on to search. Okay?
Yeah,
So
what is
Howard-
the lunch plan?
The lunch plan is you are in the city of Toronto. Nothing has been provided by our gracious hosts. They've provided us with a space. So I believe there are plenty of options nearby.
There's a large food court on the main level downstairs that has lots of options right down at the bottom of the elevator.
So just go straight down to
the bottom of the elevator to the front of the building, make a left, you'll see an escalator going straight up. There's more options in there than you can find.
Sounds good. And is it safe to leave our computers in this room?
Yes, we have cameras and all that neat stuff. There, if you need a place to eat, you can eat down there, or if you want to bring it up, use the cafeteria up here, you're welcome to do that as well. If you want to eat in this room, you absolutely can.
Thank you. Great. Okay.
Yeah, and we'll stay on the same WebEx. So WebEx doesn't have the 5-hour limitation, so we'll stay on the same WebEx.
Thank you. And yeah, please come back before 1:30. We'd like to actually start at 1:30. So keep that in mind.
And see if ours, hopefully you can join again tomorrow.
You can borrow my.
Yeah, I'm home. Do you mute us? Substantive.
I mean,
I know, it's.
I was out. Nope.
Welcome back. We're about to start.
Did you unmute?
Yeah.
That's link again, sorry.
It's the same link.
I've been
Where do you want? Where do you want?
It's on the mailing list as well. If you.
It's on the mailing list? Okay.
Okay, yeah. It's got to be like I put on the mailing list. Or I could email it to you.
So I should start the other. The session too. It's the Meet Echo session. Like share this.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Caption. Yeah. Okay. So hope everybody had a good lunch. We are recording again too?
Yep. Okay, great.
We had a group of people talking about what we closed before lunchtime. Do they have anything to report? And who have they
I'd like
selected?
to bring up the issue
I can do that. Let me
on foundation models being too specific 198.
Just
finish
moment,
typing.
Sorry, Martin, you said this is a PR? This is a PR?
Issue 198.
Issue.
I think one of the things we talked about was exactly what Philo commented in that issue about, which is that the potential here for us to focus too heavily on foundation model creates a loophole, a gap in the preferences. So for those people who don't want the production of a model, the fact that it's focusing exclusively on the foundation models and not the specialized models was problematic. And so we came up with this one, which is to start with the production or refinement of weights of models. And then we have this split into two parts. A general purpose model that can generate content in one or more modalities, text, image, audio, whatever. Or a specialized model that is designed to generate content in one of those one or more modalities. So that basically says that if you're generating a general purpose model, we're focusing on the capabilities of the model. Whether or not it's actually used for that purpose doesn't matter. If it's capable, then this applies. Or if you're producing a specialized model that has the specific purpose of generating content in one or more modalities, then it's covered. And this is very close to the definition that we had of generative AI, I think, from before. And I think that's Paul's insight from the discussion there helped us get past a hurdle where the focus on capabilities was a challenge. So that's the first part. The other one is we spent a lot of time thinking about how this definition is potentially problematic in the sense that it could sweep up more than what people intend in terms of things like simple classifiers or the examples that we were given before of regression analysis of all those sorts of things that just produce very simple models and or produce very simple outputs. And so the intent is to exclude things that produce the simple metrics like yes, no answers, or simple labels, or probabilities across different dimensions, that sort of thing. So that's what we have right now. I think we can probably iterate on a couple of aspects of this, but it'd be interesting to hear what people think about where we landed.
So Ecker, do you want to ask that to the room?
Chat.
Yeah, I don't really understand the difference between being capable of generating content and being designed to generate content. The way these models are trained does not seem to me to actually meaningfully distinguish the two.
Yes. Okay. That's a comment. I'm not sure what to do about that comment though.
I mean, I guess I just don't understand why you're distinguishing. Why don't you just like erase half this text and write of a model that can generate content in one of the modalities? I just understand what the specialized general purpose split is doing.
Do you want to talk to that, Aaron?
Yeah, I think the concern is that this would cover models that are used for a particular use case, but have capabilities that are not being used. But I am kind of thinking about how it works more in the context of a system that only has a training control rather than like other use categories besides search. So I'm actually sort of, I think, persuadable to what you said. You know,
let me take a concrete example, right? These models were not designed to find vulnerabilities in software, yet they do so. Now we know they do so. Are they specialized or general? If I fine tune it, but it's a general model, but I fine tune it, now is it specialized or general?
Good question.
Yeah.
Which is why I was originally suggesting just what Eka did. So
significantly simpler.
Oh yeah, sorry, I remember why we did this. So the idea is that we want to capture foundation models, which are defined based on their capabilities. Foundation models can do many, many things. And we want to capture generative models, that is used in the generation of content, and not capture models that are neither. And the reason to leave out models that are neither is there are some use cases we think that this work should not disturb or accidentally sweep in, like, classification, or other kind of like that the focus of this should be really generative. And if you say that any model with the capacity to generate content is in scope, then you have essentially swept in a lot of models unintentionally that are not used for generation, because generative capability can be a byproduct of training a model to do other things. Does that help?
I certainly agree with that claim. But I mean, wasn't this the whole reason why we started trying to talk about like how the models were used as opposed to what the capabilities of the models were, but to dodge this precise problem?
Yes, but I think are collapsing a lot of things now into the training category that were not envisioned to be in it before. That is, this will not just be a foundation model category. It will be a foundation and generative model category. And in order to do that, you sort of do need the two-part definition, because we can't think of a better way to define foundation model without reference to capability. But I think we're definitely open to that. Again.
If you have a quick interjection, Andrew, to help clarify this, go for it. Otherwise, wait for Chris.
Oh, I mean, somebody else can go ahead.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with the intent here, like to sort of orient this on models that generate content. It's really not clear to me like this distinction between a general purpose model and a specialized model. I'm wondering if the definition in intent is to exclude classifiers. Like, should we not include classification as part of the definition of like this is excluded as part of this definition, so kind of make the the classifier part kind of part of the definition itself.
Yeah, we can add words to that effect, but we didn't get round to drafting them because it took us long enough to get to this point.
Okay.
Andrew?
It seems to me that you're trying to maintain a distinction that is just never going to work. That fundamentally, I mean, compare this to other kinds of cases, right? So, automobiles are not intended to be used as weapons, but they are sometimes. And we don't, when they're used as weapons, we don't exclude them from, the classification of murder. We say, well, in that case, you did a murder. So I think the same thing's got to be true here. And, the problem then is that you've got things that are going to move categories from time to time, and that sucks, but too bad.
Timid Robot, did you want to say something?
I guess if you could, all right, Timid Robot.
Sorry, can we have one conversation, please?
I'm wondering about whether this could just be, if you could talk more about why this isn't just like anything that's capable of generating content in one or more modalities, like whether it's specialized or general purpose, right? Like it seems like this could be simpler and it would still catch both use cases. And so I don't understand why it's this complex. The definition is this complex.
Don't look at me to defend that. I'm just representing.
I think that the idea was that a lot of the technologies involved produce models that are nominally capable of generation, even if that is not their intent or use.
Okay, so it's really designed to is the part that we're caring about here. Designed to generate content versus capable of generating content.
Paul, did you want to clarify something there?
Yeah, the example that was used when we first came up with this thing is the classifier, like the horse classifier. By virtue of being trained to recognize horses, it almost certainly also has the capacity to generate images of horses. That's the thing you're trying to hedge against, or that you're trying to exclude.
And I guess my follow-up question is, I think if I had content and I didn't want things to be generated based on that content, I wouldn't care what the intent of the initial people were, right? Like if a non-generating model is created and put on Hugging Face, and then it's used to generate content, I don't really care that people change the purpose of that model. I care that my content is part of those weights now.
I see discussion in chat about changing from what it's designed to what it's used to do. So with that's concerns here.
So I guess the problem is that the decision has to be made before use. And so there's no way that I know of to guarantee how a model is going to be used. But there is potentially a way for me to say I don't want to be involved at all in generative stuff.
If I could interject, is that really true? Because if I'm creating an email classifier, I can, assure that that is only used for email classification if I can control the distribution. And so on.
If you can control the distribution.
If you control the distribution.
Paul?
Yeah,
that reason is the reason why back when we first introduced, when this was called generative AI training, it was coupled with an AI training category where you also had the opportunity. So this was an attempt to nudge people of giving some extra space, but there was the backfill category of AI training, pure and simple, like you use this to produce weights. You can say no against that and no discussion about classifiers, nothing. So that is a thing which arises from the fact that it is sort of like sort of proposed as a standalone thing here. You can capture that by adding an additional category that is even broader, but I don't think that is where this group is currently going. So that's I think a valid point that you're making.
Thank you. Mike?
So I feel like there are two potential paths here, at least, and we are currently dancing over the line between them, and that doesn't scale well as the paths get further apart. Either we say that the thing you are outputting is a model, and we don't know, once the model leaves its creator's hands, you don't know what it can be put to. It can be put to any use, and therefore we have to talk about capabilities. If it's capable of generation, then that's what it does. Or you can say that along with the model goes the preferences of the data that it was trained on, and it is up to the person who gets the model to honor those preferences. And these are still only preferences, not enforcement. So if downstream somebody chooses to ignore your preferences, they could have done that anyway. And I think ultimately we have to pick.
Ecker?
I mean, yeah, I was going to say roughly what Mike just said. It seems to me that the structure of the document as it's currently written is you say, don't use my thing for training at all. But then once you've allowed something to use for training, then the preferences need to get carried along with the model, and it's responsibility downstream of people to either comply with or not comply with those preferences. But that trying to because of the nature of these models, trying to draw fine distinctions about like what kind of training, what kind of models can be trained with models don't seem to work very well. I thought that was sort of where we came to last time. If that's not where people think about the way that like things should be structured, then probably we should discuss that philosophical question, as Mike suggested, rather than discuss the specific text here.
Thank you. Warren?
Yes, I mean, seeing as somebody mentioned email a minute ago, I think we want to be able to build classifiers that can say things like, is this spam? Yes, no. Right? And you don't want people to be able to opt out from abuse type classifiers. The problem is for any classifier you build, you can also turn it into a generative use case. Does this look like spam? Yes, no. I perturb it slightly. Does it look like spam now? Yes, no. So I think we still run into the problem of, as long as we are accepting the fact that we want to be able to train classifiers on stuff, you also are generating generators at the same time. Which sort of gets back into the training versus use type discussion, because you don't want people to opt out from their content being used for various types of classification, right? Not just spam, but also, does this look like CSAP? Similar sorts of things. So I don't know where we end up with that.
Thanks. Andrew?
No, I think it's been overtaken.
Okay, cool. Nate?
I want to move on to other things, and I don't want to derail this, but I do want to point out I don't actually agree with the idea that classification is always a good use case or something that we should assume people might not have a valid preference against. Classification can be used for censorship, particularly in the context of emails. I mean, there have been cases in the United States with major political candidates who have felt that their content was being classified in a way that was censorship towards them. Classification can also be used for discrimination. And when we're dealing with inputs that include photos of people and things like this, like what is spam becomes a decision that is really important. So people might not want to opt into that. So I think it argues for either a broader definition here or a top level definition of some sort.
Laura?
Yes.
well, for months we go into circle trying to define generative AI and non-generative AI. And when we put our feet in the feet of rights owner, if we cannot define it, they can't define it. And if they can't define it, when we think about what they want or don't want, they don't want their content to become embeddings or weights. And so maybe we should stop talking about generative AI, non-generative AI, and define an AI model. It was the no AI training before. Keep only this broad level, and it's preference after all. If there is a law that goes against the preference or a specific contract, well, the preference will not be solved. But maybe we should stop trying to define generative AI more.
Warren? Yeah, I think I might have missed something. It sounded like there was a assertion that one should be able to say, you can't use my content, like for example, spam or abusive content, to train a classifier. Which just means that anybody who's generating spam or abusive content will be like, you can't train on me. That feels like we're then gonna lose the abuse.
You're assuming the question, like you're assuming that you have the right of knowing what spam is. And I'd love to share a brief personal story here. So I was among a number of large websites that were classified as spam by a large search engine. In more than half of my industry was classified as spam by a large search engine. We were later invited to that search engine's office and apologized to in front of their entire search team and told that that was a misclassification. So I do think that there are many people that might say that like they don't want to contribute to that. And I feel like, you know, these things are inherently wrong. Like all AI models, I use that as a marketing term, make mistakes. And so and furthermore, like the idea of spam, there's norms. Like you're coming at it with your assumption of what spam is. One man's spam might be another man's censorship. And so I realize that this makes it difficult to kind of like plot a path forward, but I'm really concerned about the centralization of control. And if we're just going to say like, you know, I think that there are valid reasons why people might not want to contribute to that actually.
Thanks. Kevin?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that people are bringing up things like spam filtering and CSAM and whatnot, which we all agree are really necessary. I think that highlights the fact that, you know, we are focused on wanting to create preferences. I think there are some folks in the room, including myself, who are worried that whatever we set as a preference may become a requirement. So it may actually be a feature rather than a bug if the preferences we set up have to be ignored in some cases, such as in the case of security.
I think there's no enforcement mechanism that we have, so that what you said is necessarily true. Sometimes they'll be ignored, right? That's kind of why they're called preferences. We start off with
what I'm saying is folks are concerned that what we set as preferences may be adopted by someone else as a requirement, right? Say legally. And so having a set of preferences that we all agree actually have to be ignored in some cases may actually be a feature rather than a bug.
So you're saying lean into that harder rather than trying to avoid it.
It's a thought. It's just a thought.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah.
Max?
I wanted to go back to what Warren was saying for a second, because I think you and Nate are kind of talking past each other a little bit, and I hope I can bring a clarifying thought here, which is saying no to using content for training might make your model or your classifier less effective, but it doesn't stop you from then using that classifier in your products. Like, and I think your concern of like people that create spam will just say opt out. Well, it's not like, sorry, forgive me. You said you were at Google. So is it okay if I use Gmail as an example? Okay. Like Gmail will still have the spam filter as part of its product offering, even if there are people that say externally to that, don't use my content for training because anything that comes through Gmail gets checked, right? You're still going to use the classifier to check. But we're talking about the training of that classifier, not about the use of that classifier.
But to build the classifier, I need to train it on stuff. I guess CSAMs might be an easier example. To train the classifier to say this is CSAM, this is not CSAM, I need to show it CSAM and non-CSAM material. So
These are training sets that either have existed for a while, frankly, or B, have other methods of like acquiring that content for training, right? Like, I don't see how
So
you
Max, I think the concern here is that new classes of spam in email, if they're all labeled with an opt-out, then become invisible to the classifier.
And the classifier is built into a service that gets that content like ported through it.
No, but
It's
if
part
all
of your
spammers opt out, all of them. I think that's the concern.
But hold on. I hear what you're saying. I think the answer to that is anything that comes through Gmail servers has some sort of terms of use associated with it that Google is going to use what comes through its servers in order to improve the Gmail product.
So you're not going to respect the preference.
So we'll ignore the
I think so. Yeah, I think that's Gmail's thing.
This goes back to, I think, the point that was made.
Which hold on, which I think is when we talk about like what is the agreements for using a Gmail as a product, is similar to what we talk about. What does it mean to go to a website publisher and respect their terms of service? I think these are all connected. I don't think I'm saying anything like contradictory to itself.
But can I jump in here?
Yeah.
The person using Gmail is not necessarily the sender of the email.
Yes.
And so the sender of the email has not consented to Gmail doing anything. I think what you're either saying that the attachment mechanism here will simply not apply to email. Or you're saying that Gmail will have to ignore the preference embedded in the email. And I think one of those is an assumption I'm not sure we're entitled to make yet because we have not had the attachment discussion. And the other one, I mean, I take Kevin's point about building in things that should clearly be ignored because they would be harmful, but I would much rather design a system that doesn't have to have those things work. Because, like a user who receives a spam email that is not currently detected can flag it as spam. That teaches the classifier that this is more likely to be spam next time. But that is true across other domains from email too. And there will be websites with content on them that people need to police for various kinds of abusive material, or even just kind of classify to be more useful. And I think we should think about how these preferences are going to account for that, whether they are going to be out of scope, as this definition proposes, or if the consensus is that any kind of use of an AI model on content should be in scope of this work.
Timid Robot?
I'm Timid Robot. I think that defining high-level exclusions would make this definition easier. That instead of trying to create a training definition that protects, kind of convolutes itself to protect certain things, that we just define those exclusions at a top level so that the training definition category doesn't have to do that work.
So, Twitter, about like, I think we did try, right? Like, so I think like there's a bunch of text that used to be there, like about like potential exceptions, right? Like, I don't know whether it's version 3 of the draft or not, right? Like we talked about like a whole bunch of things. At least there was a proposal from Leela and Yang, right? Like,
It's still in there, 3.2.
Still there.
yeah.
3.3.
So I think like that's kind of part of the thing, but it cannot be exhaustive, right? Like, I think that is the issue. Yeah, Paul?
Can I make a procedural suggestion? And I think that will be to put a pin into this. Like, I think most of the feedback that we've heard is that this is not perfect at the moment, that there's sort of like things around the edges, that people have various issues, but like it doesn't seem to be terribly skewed into one or the other direction. And see if we can
resolve some of the other issues and come back to this, like specifically going towards search. Like we had some part of the discussion that we had in the small lunch group was also like, okay, can we then deal, there's a bit of overlap between sort of like the search stuff and this, potentially others, potentially like take a look again at either Timid Robot's specific proposal, which I think was a sort of like the way I read it was a fortified version of section 3.2, which is still in the draft. Go through there. Like I think a lot of the things sort of like that get raised again and again also arise from us looking narrowly at one specific bit of text. Like I don't think any of these categories can be read without at the same time always having 3.2 in mind. So do a bit of that before, because like we've been very good at proposing things and then destroying them by looking at them for too long. And so actually moving our gaze and then coming back might end up being more productive.
I think that's reasonable. I have heard other proposals or referenced other proposals for different ways to spell the resolution to this issue. I'd encourage folks to comment in the issue if you have a different way you'd like to spell it. But I hear you. I do agree that we're kind of getting to diminishing returns with this conversation.
Yep. Erin, last word. Okay, you have a hand up.
Oh, sorry, that was an old hand.
I would love to see whether people think this definition is better than the previous one.
That's an interesting question.
That's something that we haven't been talking about. We've just been talking about, is this perfect?
Is it better is an interesting question. Yes.
I mean, just to go back to what Paul was saying.
We don't have polling in this, do we?
What? I can start a poll. Okay, let's go.
Oh, Slido.
Yeah, I know.
It's Slido. Oh yeah, it does. Like a bad
Are we doing
English rapper.
polls?
Oh, we're gonna enjoy
We
it.
apparently are.
Oh yeah, bad.
Mark asked me to. Like I was not for this.
You opted out?
Way to take one for the team.
All under the bus.
Are we really going down?
So we should have a preference not to have a
Oh,
vote.
but I don't think so. Cisco Innovation.
Yes, no, I'm sure.
Please still type it.
I can ask a question too.
You can ask a question. You can also just go to slido.com and take the next page.
Sure, but why do you need this?
Okay.
So I.do. Safe or not.
There is a survey in the WebEx. If you can find it, if you cannot see it, like you have to go to apps and see Slido.
I mean, there are other people who go through with apps. And I just there's like
Well, and to clarify, is the old one what is in the draft or the one that?
Just posted it
One in the draft.
into the chat, but like that's suboptimal.
I think very large numbers was disappeared.
Oh yeah, the very large is gone. I think we've agreed to that. So assume that that's gone.
How would we vote if we're neutral?
Unsure.
Just put unsure.
Yeah, that's close enough.
For sure, we're neutral.
Mark, I was hoping for pond emoji for smile.
Leave me alone.
That's
There's a-
pond emojis.
The chat. We show them side by side. There you go.
What is it, Chris?
Possible to compare them side by side might make it a little easier.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you?
How would one do that?
We'll share multiple.
It's kind of terrifying.
Okay, so nobody's saying it's worse. That's all I can conclude from the poll.
Yeah, you need to share the results, I think. Oh. Stop a poll?
I don't know how to show the results. I think everybody will show it if themselves.
I can't see the results on the screen. So I see it. I sent it.
Well.
Ooh, I voted on this thing. Vote early, vote often.
So it's 50-50-ish between yes and unsure and no nos. So I'll take that as a win. Some form of progress. Yeah.
So somebody just said no.
Can we get more clarity on the
Just because I said that.
We
Sorry?
what we're going to do? What needs to
I can't hear you.
Are we trying to get more clarity on the split? Whether the split is helpful here.
That was my question is I
Because it
asked
seemed-
if folks wanted to add another option to the comments. Yeah.
Well,
Me too.
Yeah.
it seems like there are a few people arguing for basically just look at the capability and whether that would be an improvement. And I totally get the reasons for the split.
The way the question is worded, you could think they're equal and you wouldn't know that from the answer.
Unsure.
If they're equal, you would say no then, wouldn't you?
Okay, this is not going
Yeah.
anywhere.
I mean, where's hand?
I think Martin's question
Martin's-
is yeah. So do you want to run a poll for that one?
Sure.
Notice that you made that decision. I didn't.
So Martin, like split the definition or not is the question?
Give me a minute and I'll type up something and put it in the issue. And
Okay.
Leila asks if the term would still be foundation or mod or some other term, and I think
We've come up
that's
with a new term.
that's a good question. I think Leila, the answer that Martin just said, if you didn't hear, was that we'd probably come up with a new term. There did seem to be some discomfort with foundation model.
You just scroll down a
Okay,
tiny
just scroll
amount.
a bit.
It's a very short.
Okay, so maybe the same poll then is Martin's proposed text
Oh.
better than the existing text? Yes, more.
I'm concerned the note that we have the in saying generate content, the intent is blah, blah, blah. It feels like that's doing a huge amount of heavy lifting here. And when we try and fold that into the definition, we're going to run back into the same set of problems. I mean,
Sorry,
that's-
you're talking about the one up here?
Yeah, in both cases.
in both cases.
In both cases.
Because can generate content. Any classifier can generate content.
That's basically any model.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is the one we're asking about now.
So Warren, I think made the argument that a classifier is a generator.
A classifier is a generator. Like,
Right.
is this a cat? Yes, no. Is it now a cat? Yes.
Right,
no.
and the idea that's been put out there, as I heard it, was that maybe we allow people to express a preference, and for certain use cases, that preference is ignored.
And that feels worse than just a like standard slippery slope. Like, I will choose to ignore all of the preferences because I might want to use stuff as a classifier, and so now I'll just ignore them for everything.
We are,
I-
our charter explicitly puts enforcement out of scope.
Yes. What would I, as Google, do? I will ignore the preferences because I need to use email for training a classifier. So if I'm ignoring it, I should ignore it for other things too. Right? That feels like this is.
I think one of the interesting things to think about here is that there's complexity and nuance here, and the question is, where does the application of that nuance fall?
So
who's required to do the work?
I think with that definition that there's anything that is a model is anything that's a classifier is also something that can generate content. So any preference that is expressed, I know it all just feels.
So Warren, I think what you as Google would do is you would want the consent of the mailbox holder, not the consent of the sender.
Well, the problem is, so then spam comes in. Can I use it? Random email comes in. Can I use that for training, or do I have to create a model for every end user mailbox?
No,
Where
so
you say
in
say
that case,
yes or no?
Warren, if the terms on your email service are such that any email sent to the service, any user of that service has to consent to the use of training of their emails for spam classification.
If you send email to me, you send email to Warren@kamari.net.
Yes, yes.
My mail happens to be hosted on Google.
Sure.
So you, as the email sender, have no idea that you've sent it to Google. You're the content creator.
Right.
You have sent it to me. So I, as the user, am like, I will set Martin's preferences.
No, but he sent it to you. You do with it what you want.
You're doing with that what you will. Yeah. I think Mike's right. As the operator of the service, you receive an email, and that email may not be for any one of your subscribers. It may be,
which is often the case.
Which is often the case, right? Spam. And you say, as a general rule, that the mail that I receive is going to be used to.
And so then but that also means that for everything that one creates, you have to have a separate model trained.
No. I don't know how you reach that.
I think we're rat holing here.
Yeah. I think
Paul
and then Krishna.
And we want to do
I think like it's still useful to answer the question if this one is better than the previous.
That's what we're
like,
trying to get
it's
to.
Clear that sort of like from that scenario, maybe it's not better. From what Nate expressed, it's probably better. See how like the general, like I think the positions are staked out. Like I think people understand the consequences of having like a thing that is focused only on generative capacity. Let's see like how we feel about it.
So let's ask the question for this one too. Same question. Okay.
Relative to the existing one, or
relative to the text in the draft minus the very large.
So I'm looking for linear progress.
Yeah.
We made linear progress on the first proposal.
So you want to do it relative to the first
I want to
proposal?
see whether it's better than the first proposal.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
So between the two on the screen then? Well, not almost on the screen.
Yeah, well, in the issue, I can try to collapse the first one. You know,
How about this? I'm going to throw the two texts as an option and ask people to pick one of them or neither. Because like I think like we're kind of losing the thread because people are not able to
Make
keep
it
track of.
make it the two relative to each other.
These two, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this one better than the last one we discussed?
No, but
Okay.
what is this?
The two on the screen.
So is the one from Martin here, Morse, this guy here. Oh, thank you, Martin. Call this B and call this A.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I just wanted to like multiple choice question.
Yeah. Ask is B better than A.
it's stuff on the screen. You should not give me control of things that are on the screen.
But then people are going to ask, what is option A?
Do what you will.
I have no action. Maybe that's on my model.
Sorry?
XJXB no preference?
Designed to generate.
XJXB current text. So I don't think it is. So yes, that's fine. Why not? Both of them? Okay, here comes the poll. Apparently. Wait, didn't show up for me.
It's up top, it's bottom.
It should be.
Very temporary. It's like distinguishing between.
It's all his fault.
Suresh,
All
can
his
I
fault.
nitpick on no preference? I'm unsure. It's not that I have no preference. I think I need more time to process. Does that make sense?
My content.
Yes.
Suddenly.
Don't vote? I'll take no vote. That's fine.
It's the CSAT, yes.
I'd like that to be mentally recorded somehow, if that makes sense, Mike.
Where are the applications? There's an AI assistant, thank God.
Is it a foundation?
That's the first time I've ever heard
Trained
someone
on-
say that.
Okay.
I don't know, like, Leela, you're not able to see the app or like you're not on the.
There's a button.
She must be on the
Oh, this one shows.
Or presumably we can scan the QR code on the screen.
What if you think one is slightly less bad than the other, but you hate them both?
It's just relative. It's just relative.
You prefer one on the other one, the less bad one.
And obviously, Warren, if you don't like them, the responsibility is on you to come up with a better one.
Yeah.
That sounds suspicious.
So we are very, very evenly split here. Okay. Yep. Between the two. It's vibrating between text A and text B, having predominance. Right now, text B is slightly ahead, but certainly not consensus.
No clear winner, I would say.
Yes.
Consensus is not
Yes. Standard IETF disclaimers apply. Okay.
Close that.
All right, so this needs more discussion, but it does feel like we're getting to diminishing returns in the discussion in the room right now.
So one of these will probably win over what we presently have, but then
I do take I think it was Timid Robot's point that perhaps some other discussions might bring out or
Let's come
people
back.
comfort on the related issues, and then it can have a more productive discussion down the road. So let's put a pin in this one for now. And now I need to find my way back to the agenda. So I think that takes us to search. Search. So we have issue 173, which is kind of the overarching issue here around the definitional issues around search. And then we had 181, which is, I think, largely a restatement of some of the issues there, as is 187. And then we recently had 196, which is a proposal around search. And I think there was also a proposal made on 73 recently. Yes. So let's maybe talk through these two proposals and see if they get us anywhere. Aaron, do you want to start with yours with 196? Screen. Should we just go straight to the proposal?
Yeah, there is more explanation in the GitHub issue if you want it, but basically I was trying to kind of re-articulate the search category that was in Paul's draft to be a little bit more flexible in the way that the kind of traditional blue links are understood. Because a limitation to purely just verbatim quotations and a link is not the way I think any search engine has really worked even, 20 years ago. So what this does is tries to draw the line at a particular amount of generation that is more than like a handful of words to capture the kind of long form summaries or overviews or other kind of like text that people might be concerned is substitutive without using those really loaded keywords. And the way that I did that was to define that as substantial generation and then give a definition of substantial that I am sure we will debate at length, which, can be the hook for deciding where that de minimis line is. And I also baked into the definition that changing the modality of the content from like speech to text or text to speech or translating from one language to another, because those are kind of accessibility aspects, that those would not count as generative. And baked in that looking at an asset and deciding not to use it does not count as a use, even though the asset was considered by the application. And then kind of persisted the same concept of training as we had talked about before. And I think Paul made the good note that I omitted the word necessary, but that was just an oversight and we should read it back in.
You're saying in roughly in here.
Yeah.
Yes, necessary to produce.
Necessary. only the use necessary. Yep. I like this. It's good.
Discussion, reactions, thoughts?
So I do, as I think folks know from the mailing list, I had a lot of issues with the prior definition. I do think in some ways this moves us forward, but I would say we need to strike the word new from new content because that's loaded with respect to the copyright debates as to whether or not these summaries are in fact new content or not. Like that's one of the core issues in that litigation. So we shouldn't assume that. I think that should be find some other way to phrase it. The other issue is I'm just not sure why, and this kind of goes a bit to my point earlier, but like I'm not sure why there should be any sort of exception for producing the models that are used in the search application, like to assess and rank an asset, my asset. You just need a model. You don't need my asset to train that model. And so I just don't understand why you could use that model, but like I don't understand why like the foundational training is that last bullet. I just think should be struck, and I just think that the search it should just be focused only on search.
Just can I clarify? So, would it give you comfort if it was very specific that that model, if it were used to train that model, were only used for the search application?
No, because the concern is about the competitive effects on the marketplace. We already have a situation. We have one search engine that has access to 3 times the content as everyone else. We know from government trials in the US that this leads to a major competitive advantage in the sense that they have a model that is like substantially better. And because of the way that search engine doesn't split their crawlers, there's no way for websites to opt out of that. So we're right back in this same sort of leveraging position. Like really what I'm concerned about is that this preference can't be used to manufacture consent for what is currently a very contested issue as to whether or not, like people say search and AI are blending, but really I think what's happening is that some search engines are leveraging search into the AI marketplace. And where that line is matters a lot. And like, I just think that I don't see how, and I also just don't see why it's necessary. Like I looked through all the history of this group even before I joined. I don't see any reason why a search engine needs my content in order to be able to rank my website. You don't produce a new search model every day, and yet you're able to rank new websites, you're able to rank new pages. So I don't see, this seems like a giveaway. It doesn't give any, like, why does the person expressing this preference care about the ability to train a search model? I mean, maybe someone can enlighten me on why that is necessary, but I don't see it.
I can respond to that unless somebody else wants to.
Is that okay?
Yeah, so I mean, in order to be kind of like used in the application has to be able to use your content. And so opting out of training the models that are, that operate the service really means not allowing the service to consider how best to understand or rank or surface your content. And so I think it is necessary that one go with the other. And I also think it's important to avoid unintended consequences for users of these preferences, because I think many providers of a service will say there is a bucket of uses that have to go together for us. And if you opt out of one of them, you're opting out of the whole bucket. So if training is not permitted, if training of any kind is not permitted, then I think what will happen is that a lot of people who believe that they are opting into being used in these systems will actually not be able to because they have opted out of the training. And that is not like a use case that would be beneficial.
But why? I don't understand why, because you can rank new web pages all the time, and they're not included in the training.
It might be.
It might be. If I write something right now, I publish it, it gets indexed, and you're telling me that in the span of 30 minutes, the whole new model is being trained? Like, we're talking about foundational model training in this.
No, we're not talking about foundational model training. We're talking about model training for the search application.
To produce the models.
For the search application.
Non-generative. This is non-generative search. Okay, but like, So we're talking about the base models, or we're talking about like the grounding sort of context window stuff? Like, because produce the models to me sounds like it's like a base model production. I just
Or
don't
the
like.
search application,
But-
or
but-
the base model for anything else.
That's why I asked the question I did, is
Yeah.
that if the use of the model that's trained here, in this case, is constrained to just serving search and not for reuse in any other application, do you still have the same problem?
Yes, because of the anti-competitive effects of this, in that we're in a situation where right now you have a dominant player in many markets, and in many of those markets has been ruled to have an illegal monopoly, and like you don't have a way to like that leads to like we're basically giving a veneer of legitimacy to something that is hotly disputed.
So I'll perhaps maybe we can have an offline discussion about the anti-competitive effects, because I don't understand how that affects other markets if the use is constrained. But it's probably more helpful here to not talk about anti-competitive effects, but to talk about centralization, which is something we care about deeply.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the concern is that you're going to just whoever has the biggest index will then have the best product with this, and this will naturally lead to like a situation where whoever has the biggest index is going to have and has the most power to basically, I guess, whoever has the most power, get material into their index is going to have the better product, and it's naturally going to lead to a winner take all dynamic. But more importantly than that, why there still hasn't been an answer as to why it is necessary to train a base model on an individual website to rank that individual website. I understand why something needs to be used in order to create a search model, but I don't understand why my content needs to be used. Because again, I could write a new post right now and these models would still be able to rank it. Like they're able, the whole point I thought of this AI thing is that it's able to generalize, that it's able to go beyond its inputs. So why must I contribute to the inputs in order for it to be usable on my content?
Thanks, Nate. Sebastian?
The question that I would have is it supposed to be included as an option to say yes or no, like non-generative, or would the non-generative be kind of excluded from as a general kind of description? So then you could say no if that.
I think this is like the search definition, right? Let's call it non-generative search probably, right? There's not going to be a separate one from this, right?
This category is roughly equivalent to the Lederhosen category or the search category or the 10 blue links category, right? The things that are not the generative features. And I think we've just been struggling with how to define that category so that we kind of capture people's expectations. But that category is and has been for many years, maybe decades, operated by AI models. And so that's why the training is an important aspect of this. Now it's possible, it's true that if only a single piece of content opts out of training and everybody else opts into training and this category, then the search engine would probably not have a problem handling that one piece of opted out content. But we can't define categories on the assumption that they won't be used. And we can't limit the number of people who can opt out before the quota is hit, and then you no longer have a search application after that point, right? So either there is a kind of, understanding that wanting to be included in the non-generative search application means being used to develop and improve the non-generative search engine, or it doesn't. But I am predicting that most operators of a non-generative search engine, or those features, will have to teach their systems how to handle the content that comes into them, and therefore cannot make a blanket promise that they will be able to ingest, rank, handle content that they were not able to train on.
Thank you, Aaron. Sebastian? You good? Yeah. Glenn?
I worry that you're creating a specification that is both very narrow in that it's true right now, but in 3 years people are going to go, oh yeah, search doesn't work that way anymore. So I don't even know what that means anymore. But I think we're creating a specification that the users of this thing, which is going to be the internet, are sort of expected to have a deep understanding of what search does and how it works. That is going to be really beyond 99.999% of the users, and we're creating something which is unusable for that reason. So, I mean, this whole general direction that we're going here in getting this level of detail, even with this expertise in the room, seems to be rough here. If I look at the user community outside of us, it's horrible. This is a bad direction. I think that's something we need to really consider.
Thanks. Timid Robot?
I too would like clarity on whether, for this last bullet, basically whether this is something that training models is something that, say, Google search, because I think that's what we're all talking about, like Google search, like needs this to function or wants this to function. Because I hear both, I've heard both in my time in this working group that Google can't currently provide search results without training happening, right? Like that's been a statement that's been made. And then I've also heard that it can, but basically doesn't want to, or it could in the future, but it's not the way it currently works. And I think that getting clarity is important because I think that they're, kind of going to what Glenn is saying, if it's currently the reality that Google could separate their pipelines in a way that training isn't necessary in the future, but that's not the way it currently works, and we publish this in a way that is basically incompatible with Google indexing, right? That we're giving people a tool that will potentially blow up in their face, or that will have consequences that they don't understand, right? That they think they're opting out of just a feature of Google search, when in fact they are in reality opting out of Google search completely. And I think that we have to understand kind of what the impact of this category will be.
Yeah, I think like one of the things like I think Erin mentioned was in the use case stuff, right? Like, the use case is like, it's currently defining like what the expressors of the preference like talk about, right? So Erin promised to write up like how the consumers of this preference understand those things, right? Like, so I think at that point, like you could probably say something and Krishna could say something else, right? Or like maybe you both would say the same thing, saying like if this non-generative search with this training thing is no, then you won't show up in the results. It's something they can put in or not. It's kind of outside the scope of this, but I think the way that, like we're talking about how people express preference, how they understand it, and how the people consuming the preference understand it, I think that could give more clarity to what you said, if you kind of get there.
So I think it's generally true. It's generally true of search that if we cannot actually work with a certain piece of content, then any guarantees about it showing up in the search results page, however traditional blue links or 10 blue links or 5 blue links or whatever we call it, we cannot guarantee that because think about a simple scenario. If somebody is launching a new page and that page is super popular, would you want that to show up in the search or not? If we cannot touch that content, if we cannot actually determine what happened with the content in terms of people actually looking at it and using it as some part of model to evaluate whether that content should surface in that page or not, would you want that happening? So this is a key question. I mean, we can talk a lot about, hey, we don't want our content to be showing up over here. The flip side of this is the number of people who complain about things not showing up in results is also very, very high.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Elaine?
I have a similar, my understanding is that the reason we're talking about a search category is that the site owners want it, and they want to be able to say, omit my, don't crawl or don't use the content training. So the search category is a way to balance, make sure that they show up in search results. But site owners, please correct my understanding if that's, I know you were one.
Yeah, is there a queue?
There is, yeah. Paul.
I just sort of like, I think this is hard to get a joint understanding even of the situation on it. Like, I'm a little bit confused by your use of the language of guarantee, because like, I don't think you guarantee anybody to show up in search results, but
the thing I will say is, if you don't want us to use the content at all in any search application, there is a guarantee you won't show up.
yeah, okay, but like the other way around, like I think you're not, because that's easy to get. I just, and I get the I get the concerns, and I flagged that earlier in the response. I just wonder if this is sort of like maybe something where we can tweak the language a little bit to make this a little bit more comfortable. For example, instead of produce, say something like improve. There is some, I don't know if that makes any difference, if this is really fundamentally an in-out question, which I'm afraid we can't really resolve because we have sort of two divergent understandings of what's actually going on in this space. Or to the question again, like the purpose, like the use case, why we brought this, why we always thought this category needs to be in, is in order to be able to say train AI no, or whatever, train foundation model no, like the training no, but that shouldn't mean that you can exclude me from search based on that training no assertion.
Right.
It's a backstop thing. Like, and I think we need to give it some flexibility because it's a backstop, right?
Warren?
So maybe sort of an example might make some of this more understandable. So I've got a fairly esoteric set of interests. One of them is a specific type of cesium clock manufactured by a specific manufacturer. There's only about 10 people in the world who are interested in this topic, and only a small number of people put pages up. We would like them, presumably, to be ranked in a way that it is useful for other people to be ranked in some way. As I say, it's a very niche concept. And so if myself and 9 other people mark our content as, you can't use this for training, then there's no reasonable way for a model to say this content is better than that content. And I think that that's some of the whole of how much this information needs to be folded into the model, and how does the model get updated? Sure, for something like what's better, cats or dogs, there's an almost infinite amount of stuff on the internet for it to learn from. But for more specific things, things that I happen to think are interesting and important, if there's not enough content, you need people to be providing some set of input for the model to learn on. Otherwise, there's no useful ranking signal other than like somebody linked to the page, which is, as we've seen, not a great signal.
Nate, and then Chris F, and then I think we're gonna go and look at the other issue and have a bigger discussion.
There's a lot of things to respond to. First, if you want to use somebody's content because you need it for those purposes, great. You should prove to them that it's worthwhile for them to contribute to that endeavor, and that's the point of preferences. What we really have here are two separate things, and one that is being tied to the other one. The main purpose, there's like this idea of let's allow asset owners to express an exception to the general sort of train no thing and to still be evaluated for search. And I definitely think like this, I'm not saying we should strike the evaluation bullet. I'm saying we should strike the produce the model, the last bullet. And that last bullet about producing the model is really a separate thing. It should be its own separate vocabulary point if we're going to do that, because really what you're saying is that there's a need for that it would be nice for this one company to be able to have, or whatever company to be able to have access to as much content as possible to train this a search specific model. The problem is that the lines between AI and search are blurring. We've heard this like 100 times here, right? And so where this naturally leads is that whoever has the biggest search index will therefore have the best and most competitive AI model. And so these two things should not be tied together. And by the way, I'm not even sure we need any search category at all. if all we're going to do is train. If we have some sort of a grounding or RAG or output category, absolutely get it in that context. But again, we've established here that you do not need my content in order to build a model that is capable of generalizing and evaluating that content. And I think that that's all this definition really needs to do. And if we need a separate vocabulary definition because some companies would really like to be able to train on a broader set of data and would like to get, a separate exception for that, then that should be a separate thing.
So Nate, I just want to respond to one of your things. So it's not about like companies training. So the reason we have search is there's people who want to opt into like training for the search application, but not for generic use. So so I think that is why we have the search thing separated out, not because like to give a blanket permission for somebody to train on it. But people say like, hey, I want to be able to people to use my content for training as long as it's only for the search application, but not for general Gemini, for example, right? I think that's why the search thing got pulled out, not because like this is like some way to trick people into giving permission. I think
but it is though.
No. But that's the genesis of like why we have search as a separate thing. Because like, there's like quite a bunch of people here who express saying like, I want to be included in search, whatever it entails, right? But not training a general purpose model. It's like something somebody wants to express. So you may not want to express that. You can say no to everything, but there's other people who are saying like, hey, I want to be able to opt into search, but not for anything else.
What does that mean, being opting into search? It means having your content show up in search, right? Yeah. But the evaluation covers that. I'm not arguing against the evaluation. The foundational model training, the producing the model, we have established it is not necessary to use my content. So we've established that this last bullet is actually not necessary for this use case. This has been agreed to.
So let's
We're not talking about foundation model training here.
hold on.
Produce the model.
Let's drain the queue, and then I think maybe do a poll on this last bullet specifically, and then talk about 173, and then talk about the overall. Yeah,
sounds good. Chris?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of good things about this proposal. I like non-generative search way better than leaderhood.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of confusion on that last bullet point. I think Glenn makes a good point too about users being able to understand this if they want to use it. And Nate has some good points too about just kind of like the confusion about the vocabulary about models and training, what's foundational, what's in the search application itself. So, and Christian brought up about just maybe there's a way to either simplify it or make it more specific so that you're not the search application using the content in order to rank it. I don't know if there's another way to word it, maybe that might make it easier for everyone to understand. I don't know what that looks like, but it seems like a good direction to go that everyone can agree on, maybe.
Okay, Caleb?
Yeah, I think there's it is difficult to separate using the content in a search that a search engine accesses to alter the weights of the model that helps decide what sites to show in the future, because in part these engines rely on reinforcement learning, for example. So did this page help you or not? And if the answer is no, I need to know what's on the page in order to know it wasn't helpful. And I think the concern here, we're talking a little bit past each other. I don't believe this is a diabolical plot to try and include more stuff into models used for other purposes. This is designed to capture the fact that when you say, yes, I want to be in search, you mean I want to be in search on an equal basis with all the other people whose stuff is being used in that way to help refine the algorithm. I think it is harder and harder, and has been. I mean, you say that the lines are blurring, but they're really, it's been this way for a long time, and so it doesn't strike. It doesn't seem like. It seems like this would be require a huge amount of engineering to build a product where one could guarantee that the same ranking would happen whether or not you could use your model in reinforcement learning, with your pages in reinforcement learning or not. And to promise otherwise would be very dangerous. And so that's the central, I think that might be the hang up here.
I think, Aaron, you were next.
Yeah, I was going to make a very similar point, which is that I think it's important not to conflate the idea of training the model used in the application with training a model that is used for other things. And Nate, I kept hearing you say the base model or the foundation model, and I think that if your objection is to the reuse of the model outside of the application, that is a different discussion than an objection to training of any kind in any way. And I would rather we be clear about which one we're talking about, because one has a drafting solution and the other is kind of a philosophical difference.
Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, because I think the a search application or kind of any application needs to be able to learn how to handle particular pieces of content. Cannot guarantee that that will happen if enough of that kind of content has opted out of the training of the model that does that thing. And I think Caleb was also bringing up the point that even like user feedback would have to be prohibited if a training prohibition prevented the model from accepting the feedback and then training a model to understand that like this was a good result for this query and this one wasn't.
Okay, Nate, and then after that, I think we're gonna put a pin in this discussion.
So I mean, look, like one possible way forward would be to specify that this model cannot be used for generative search. That it can only be used for non-generative search and cannot be used in any way to generate something. If it can be used to generate something, then then that's the problem. I also would just say, as a strict matter, like it's not necessary. Like it's just not necessary to use my content because you can still evaluate it. The whole point is that these models generalize, and in the copyright debates, the model developers have taken the opposite position, that this is content. That's why I object to the new content thing, because the idea is that there isn't actually like the inputs and the outputs separate, right? Like that's, I thought, was the legal position on the copyright issue. So it's interesting that now we're saying that there's actually a mirror on both sides. So I just think that it's unnecessary to the definition. If we're going to do it, we should specify that those models must only be used for non-generative search.
Can I?
Please.
It is technically necessary. And if you want to separate those things, what you really want to do is free ride on the search engine. You want to get the benefit of being included and ranked and have people find your content as a result without in any way contributing to that being possible.
I mean, I would say that you're free riding on my content by putting photos of me in AI summaries and literally like taking my travel advice and turning it into things I didn't even say.
This is not about generative content. This is non-generative.
So
Search and AI are blending though, and like this is what I'm saying is that this is unless we specifically say, I mean, if we'll agree to say this only applies to non-generative search, the model can only be used for non-generative search.
So Nate, my interpretation was that was assumed in the definition. Is that correct?
It doesn't say that.
We can refine the way that it is written.
But that was your intent.
Yeah.
By adding are used in the non-generative search application, that's what you're asking for, right?
Any model that is trained for this purpose should only be used for non-generative search.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's take that as an amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you wanna take a stab at the new text before we do a poll on that?
I have a stab at the new text below if you want.
Of course you do. Yeah. Ignore this. This was a GitHub problem.
Yeah, sure. I blame the tool.
I do blame the tool actually.
Yeah.
It should have been Aaron.
Consider Chris Needham's proposal in light of any amendments that might be made. I feel like they're kind of coming at this from similar.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It might be a good idea in considering how to amend this, but also looking at Chris Needham's.
Yes, yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, we're absolutely getting there. Yeah.
And then we'll do the side by side.
So I'm hearing that as a friendly amendment and some wordsmithing necessary. But it sounds like the intent is that it's necessary to train those models, and those models have restricted use.
Yeah, so that's
right.
That's what the words there say, including the asset in the training of models that are exclusively used by the non-generative search application.
Right. Okay. So I don't think we need that poll now. Actually, let's leave that for the time being. Put a pin in this. Let's move on to, in 173, we had a recent proposal Chris Needham, do you want to walk us through this?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this is trying to solve the same problem of how we have a definition of search that works, but it takes something of a different approach. And what we're trying to do here is sort of very narrowly scope the like how the assets are used. So in essence, what we're saying is, it's the use of assets to create the search index, which has the purpose of providing search results in the form of links to website content. And this may include back-end processing. So it's the sort of the internal processing of the assets to do the indexing and ranking and retrieval. So that may use AI models, but only to the extent necessary for those search functions, namely the indexing and ranking. The second part to this is around the display and the output. And what I've done here is essentially to carry forward part of the definition that's in the current draft around including direct links to the original locations and also verbatim excerpts. And then the final part is to really explicitly state that this does not include generative outputs, which are in some sense sort of substitutive in nature, so reducing the need to sort of visit the original asset. So it's, yeah, as I say, it's trying to solve a similar problem, but coming at it from a slightly different angle by really trying to focus the on the kinds of processing that we see as supporting the search application.
Erin?
Oh, I'm last, I thought. But happy to respond to this.
Caleb, go.
Oh, that was an old hand.
Okay.
So Aaron's back.
I see Mike.
Mike.
When it says utilize, do you consider that to include training the model or only RAG?
So I think, so bearing in mind the previous discussion, the thinking here was that it is very narrowly scoped training for those purposes, and I think part of the concern that that we heard about the previous definition was potential for sort of wider usage. So the attempt here is to to define as narrowly as possible the extent of the training.
Who's up next? Aaron.
Yeah, I have a couple of concerns with this. One is I don't think it's appropriate for the preference statement to be saying what processes AI can and can't be used for in the application. I think it is better to keep it at a purpose of the use rather than kind of, because what is necessary and what is efficient and what is optimal. I think there's just a lot of room for debate there, and I don't think it's appropriate for a content or a preference declarer to be articulating the way a service must be architected. But I also think that the last bit of this definition, I put this in the chat, it refers to outputs which materially reduce the need to access the original asset. And I think that statement is going to discourage any provider from believing or conceding that their use is in the scope of this, because the substituting for the need to consume the original is an element of the US fair use analysis. And I think making definitions hinge on conceding aspects of legal defenses is just going to discourage their use.
Meredith?
So I would agree with Aaron that necessary is
probably a pretty bad drafting choice, just because you're gonna do all sorts of reasonable things that aren't, like, strictly speaking necessary. And if this comes down to litigating, whether actual litigation or discussion, whether something is strictly necessary, I think that's not going to be productive. So you'd have to have something that's like reasonable or efficient or something like that. The second part, I think, is the opt-out in the end. The search category does not include uses that generate materially reduced need to access the original. Sweeps out this huge range of just normal factual content that search returns that would now be not possible. So if you Google, like, what time does the Alexandria City Public Library close, right? You get that data, but that's not something that I think is a reasonable restriction. Like, that isn't generative, it's just returning this clear piece of fact. And so I think both parts of that make search much less useful for end users if it were adopted.
Thanks. Brad?
I think there's got to be a kind of meeting in the middle here. I don't know if a preference necessarily needs to unconditionally dictate the architecting of a product or service, but neither should the way that a product or service is architected dictate what a preference can be. I feel like that sort of rubs me up the wrong way a little bit. So I hope that we can see things a little differently if look at these things from each other's perspectives. I think that if you have suggestions for the kinds of functions under the back-end processing category that we might want to add so that it feels more fulsome and covers kinds of things that might be used in relation to improving, refining, implementing AI-related aspects of a search model, of a search engine that includes a model. I think everybody wants their content to be used in a model that works well for the provider and obviously works well for how they might expect their content to be surfaced. So there's obviously a mutual interest in that regard. It's not a zero-sum goal. And I do think the last sentence in spirit kind of, conveys the sort of general concern about certain ends. So whether we address this as part of another category or address it as part of search, I don't really have a strong opinion, but I do think it needs to be there one way or another. And I think for the purposes of just figuring out what that means to the room, we may as well address it in the context of this definition because we should know where that line is. And wherever we might say the words possibly is a question of what category we decide to include or not.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. Caleb?
Another just piece to pile on the last sentence. Sorry, Chris, I think this is very helpful and useful to think about it.
Sorry, Caleb, speak up, please.
Oh, gosh, I've never been told to speak up.
You're welcome.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Warren. Is that it's hard to tell a priori whether an output is going to materially reduce the need to access the original asset. And so that's just a difficult, I don't know whether I'm following these preferences or not until I see whether my users click on the thing, which is, it sounds like, yeah, maybe I know it when I see it, but that's just a hard thing to have to apply.
Nate.
So I just wanted to second what Brad said. And then secondly, I wanted to add in response to the concern that maybe some search applications would see their product deteriorated or they would want access to more content than maybe would be provided by the web in total. There's nothing here. In fact, there's nothing here to preclude other more granular consent mechanisms. In fact, that was specifically contemplated at the beginning of the discussion today. So if something else is needed from any other asset owner, you can just go out and ask them and offer them a different way of control. So these are not the only controls that would be available. And if there is something more specific and you're a model provider and you need you need something else, you could offer more general. There's nothing to prevent you from offering more granular controls. And if we had that, maybe we wouldn't have as much trouble here.
I don't know if this was addressed in my comment, but if so, my point was that we wouldn't know until after whether the use was okay. And so that makes it hard to even know whether, like, did it materially reduce the need to access the original asset? Like, I don't know until I did it, but I've already done it once I find out, and then I can't go back and ask permission.
I agree with Brad, you know?
Yeah,
Should have a
I
meeting
mean-
of the minds here. Agreed.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
Just to add to the pile on to the last sentence, sorry, but this would sweep in much of search now. I mean, regular search results often materially reduce the need for me to access the original asset, so I just don't see how this would work. I'd love to zero in on exactly what the debate here is. It doesn't seem like there's a big difference in how the two definitions would handle display and output. So it seems to be, do we want to specify what individual back-end processes are allowed? Or do we want to use a more general, anything that is not generative search, anything that is not generative that is search is allowed? The latter seems simpler and clearer, but I'd love to hear from Chris or anyone else. What are you worried about them doing with it that is like uncomfortably between those two definitions? Like, can you articulate what the concern is? Why isn't a pledge to not use it for anything but non-generative search insufficient?
Okay. Maybe coming back later. So Justin, go ahead.
To speak with, I don't know that their reasoning is important if they don't want it used for that purpose. I think that's somewhat their choice. But I hear three different things emerging that we're kind of talking about too. To Nate's point, he's saying, I want to have my stuff being indexed. If I hear what you're saying, I want nothing to do with whatever you want to use generatively. I hear search has a generative function and we can use that to perform it better search. And I hear Nate saying, that's fine. I don't want that. I only want indexing. And so I think there's three ways of it. I'm fine with it. I'm okay with search with AI, but I'm good with all AI. So I hear three, not two preferences in the room.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, I'd also I think Kevin here articulated most of the questions I have at this point very well. I'm really, really uncomfortable with the sort of last part of the last sentence. Like, this is sort of like, who is going, like, what does need even mean in this case? And can you assume that sort of like different users have the same needs for like there's so much language in here which is just almost paternalistic towards users that sort of like, yeah, that sort of like, I don't see much of a difference in the intent of both of these things, but this for me dies with the last couple of words in there.
Launch the poll.
Okay. I think Chris is back in the.
Chris, yeah, you wanna follow up?
I think the key to this is like the two bullet points, like the last sentence. I can see the concerns. I think don't be distracted by what the last sentence is doing. I think that was inspired by like previous attempts that we've had with the RAG category, where sort of Brad had put forward the substitutive use, right? Which is, well, how do you know that something is substitutive until it happens, and then you can determine whether it happened or not. And so that we didn't end up sort of adopting that into in the group. So I think this final part of this definition was kind of coming from a similar line of thinking there. But I think I would say don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like that, it's the preceding part which I think is more more important in this definition overall.
Okay. Nate?
So I would just point out something, which is I think that this whole search definition would become a lot easier if we had a grounding AI output sort of other category, because if you ever seen the like things where there's like a artistic rendering and it's like a line and there's two faces and you can look at it two ways. There's two shapes there. Every time you draw a shape, you don't just draw the shape, you draw the relief of it. And so I think that we need to define both what is like generative search and non-generative search, or AI output and search. Like I just think that they go together. It's both or neither for me. That's the point I'm making.
So Nate, to your point, we did try like to go for a AI use thing and it didn't go very well. Like so I think we had more problems with that than without it. So so not just to say that we did try, like that it would help, but it didn't. Okay, so Giselle?
Hi. I just wanted to say I feel like I would like us not to throw the whole thing away, like Chris said, just because perhaps there's some sentences that might not be quite as, I guess, clear and future-proofed as they might be. But I feel about us websites being able to just establish a preference in terms of how this content that is going to be, I guess, even ingested for a second is going to be displayed. It's kind of similar to what Erin was saying, where the web is free riding on the search engine. I guess it's the flip side of that, which is us being able to ensure that the crawlers and all of the different bots that might be relying on the websites to be able to function, not just being free riding on this information regardless of whether for a user it's a lot more convenient to get an answer to the question. If you're going to say at what time something closes or opens, and that comes from crawling a website, that website should be displayed, or that listing should be displayed, to give the user the ability to actually it's better for the user to be able to make sure that that information is correct. If they want to send a message, they have a place where to do it without having this intermediary consistently capturing that traffic and those clicks just because it's more convenient or because it's the only way that they can actually function. Whereas websites can only function if people visit them. So that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, thanks, Giselle. I think the point is like both Erin's proposal and Chris's proposal require modification. Like where do we prefer to start from? So we'll launch a poll for that after Martin goes next.
I just wanted to ask Chris what he saw as the difference between the two proposals, because from my perspective, I'm reading both of these as refinements to what we have in the current draft.
Yep.
And that's good. I think both of them refine it in different ways. To points from earlier and about the addendum on proof of one, I think that's a distraction. And if we struck that, then that would be a strict improvement. But curious as to what you see as the difference between the two of them.
Chris, do you want to respond to that, or should we just launch the poll and go after it? Chris?
Sorry, I'm here. Yeah, just finding the mute button. So I haven't sort of come into this with a detailed sort of comparison in mind. So I'm kind of off the top of my head, right? So the first obvious thing here is that Erin's definition includes a specific mention of transcription and translation, which this does not. I think the definition that I've proposed has a preferable, narrower definition of the AI related usage that that is within scope. I think much of the other parts are the same. Like there's the other difference that I'm seeing is around verbatim, and so we've included verbatim in this definition. Erin's has, includes what I would describe as non-substantial sort of rewording of text, perhaps. So I think the sort of the verbatim sort of part of the definition is one aspect that we ought to look at. The search results being linked to associated content is by and large the same. So yeah, I mean, I think they're both. The good thing is I think they're both pointing in a similar direction, and I think perhaps an amalgamation of the two, could get us to something that is, perhaps, better overall.
I would like us to, once we get past the poll, to concentrate a little bit more on this question of the verbatim aspect, and those other differences, because I think that might help us decide. And it's just editorial.
Right. I am very conscious that we should not fall into the trap of trying to vote for specific words.
Right.
Because whatever happens here, the editor is going to go off and work on this, and we as a group are going to work on this, and it is going to change over time. And if we pick one of these starting point going forward, we will doubtless consider the other one and incorporate bits of it and evolve it over time. So I don't want people to get stuck on, a particular version of this as a do or die kind of thing. But I think it would be useful to kind of get a sense of where people are thinking it's most beneficial for us to start, keeping in mind that we have to come to consensus. So,
either way,
what is the easiest path for us as a group? The working group meetings will continue until consensus is achieved. So let's go ahead and do the poll, see where that gets us.
So just for clarity, are we assuming that with Erin's definition, we are adding that non-generative?
Yes, exactly.
This one, we are cutting the last sentence?
I don't think we came to a conclusion about cutting the last sentence, but I did hear a lot of doubt, and Chris, you seem to express that would need some heavy modification. Is that correct?
I would say, yeah, take this, but cut the final sentence.
Okay.
That's my suggestion, yeah.
Thank you, Chris. That makes this easier. I
You
think.
want me to edit it?
I think it would be useful to actually see the text, and I know that that's annoying.
That is annoying.
Yep, but like otherwise, I'm like, rather than on.
Is there anybody from Microsoft here to fix the GitHub stuff?
I can fix it. What was it? 173?
173. So we have we have Erin's, which is in a different issue.
Erin's is 196.
Right.
I'm not gonna modify it too much, but
Okay.
if you
Can you do strike through in Markdown? I forget.
Yes.
Yes.
if you refresh, oh look at that. It's just a bit struck through.
Well,
I
that
think-
was,
I
strike
think
through
it-
was easy.
So that's that one. And then soak it in briefly. And then,
196.
there we go. 196.
Yeah.
So,
It's down the bottom.
May I ask one question? So because
Before we strike the last sentence, I think it's important to remember that that's just a kind of an expression of something that's happening in the world today. There's probably a better way to say it, but to maybe consider what that's all about, and probably a better way to word it. So I like the idea of the amalgam too, but just to strike it and forget about it is maybe not a great idea.
It's a starting point, Chris.
The discussions will continue. Yeah.
I don't think we should start with the deletion. Let's start with the imperfect version of it and improve it.
I think Chris said, let's
Chris
start
said-
with the stuff stricken off. That's why this striking off happened.
We haven't forgotten.
Yeah, Sebastian?
I thought about whether I received an answer on my previous question. So maybe I'm jet lagged or I don't understand it. But so the non-generative search, is that considered as an exception, or is that considered as a
choice, as a preference choice, where you would say yes or no, because if I read that correctly.
Yes, it is a separate case that you can address like all other use cases by either saying yes or no to it.
So you would say no to non-generative search.
You can't, like, it's a relatively unlikely scenario to happen, but like it is also relatively unlikely to happen well.
So my proposal would be to, I mean, we only have the two categories, if I see that correctly, like the model training in general, but I always saw that kind of as an exception for something that we may or may not have, or like, which is the use.
And the way to express that is to say no to training and yes to this. Thereby you specify the exception. Like that is like let's not complicate things by adding another type of category, which is an exception to another one. We need to, like, the entire vocabulary is constructed that there is categories of uses that you can either express, you can express no preference about, you can express a yes or no. And that is how we're treating both of these proposals at the moment.
Okay, so the poll is inconclusive. It is.
I didn't know you.
Okay, people who haven't had a chance to respond to the poll, please do.
Yeah.
I was listening to the reasoned arguments.
Vote. Sorry. Poll.
Poll is open. Please
Max,
vote.
that's why you have ears and fingers.
Well, I have to use the ears first and then the fingers.
So are we not using the poll inside the WebEx?
Yes, we are.
Where the heck?
It's not saying apps. If you go to apps.
It's next to the participants list on the line that I have. I understand that it has multiple parts.
Okay. So we've got a fair representation of the room. It is slightly leaning towards Aaron's, but slightly. I think there are a couple of potential paths forward. I am wary of saying, well, the two groups should go off and develop their proposals, because then people get invested in their babies, and that's not what we're trying to do here. So what I would suggest is, if the editors are willing, perhaps they can take both proposals and try and come up with something that they can bring back to the group.
So I would like greater clarity on the points of difference that Chris identified. And that includes the thing that was struck from you.
Sure.
I think this question of transcription, translation, speech to text, text to speech, and new content is a major sticking point that I don't think the editors can resolve without the input from the group.
Well,
the rest of it, I think we can manage.
What I'm looking for is a piece of text that then we can raise issues on.
If it were up to me at this point, I would take Aaron's apart from that question.
But we can raise issues on it. We can also raise issues to add things to it, from Chris's proposal or elsewhere.
Always.
Yep.
Okay,
so I think that question of verbatim use as opposed to non-substantial modifications like translation or what have you is a real meaningful difference between the two of them. And if we don't resolve that here, I mean, why are we even bothering coming to a meeting? So if we can get that on the agenda at some point, that would be all right.
I think we should throw it on the agenda.
So it's 3:20. Do we want to take a quick 10-minute break and then come back and continue these discussions? So back at 3:30 sharp?
Yep.
And we'll go till we can get a 4:30.
This one is a single line that's on.
Which non-generative?
Yeah.
What are the guardrails?
Yeah, I was not impressed.
Hey, people are trickling in. Caleb?
A long time.
Yes, how are you? Fresh, that's Mark's job.
What?
Mark is supposed to be the one.
Yeah,
like,
well.
Shut up, shut up.
Mark is in the bathroom, so I'm being Mark.
So he's delegated, like, being an asshole to you then?
I would say like time traveling through. Mike's alive. And it's transparent and going.
Yeah, that's okay. It's clear that I. For those who don't know, I'm a great friend of Mark's. He's one of my favorite people and
The one who said we Spain.
too much.
So I just like, it's hard for me to talk about because I don't want.
Oh, hey, I'm Warren. Hey,
And I
Not
thought that
liberty to hopefully I just have
yeah, yeah.
always easy. It's got a ton of information. Kick around like that. Yeah. I'm sure just sell it. I'm sure that we're off by now. Yeah, back to this has become too dramatic. Yes.
You go, it's like the old story about fighting contests.
Stopping. Max?
Great, actually, yeah, right. Well, like, we should do CSAM or like red. It's gonna take. But yeah, let's check.
I published this already.
Yeah. It wasn't my number 5.
Okay. I was being interrupted. Oh, no, Mark is also.
Mark.
Thank you.
No, you need to. I said like move on to other things.
Okay.
Huh? Move on to other things.
Oh, okay. Say no. It's not just you, Paul.
Let us recommence.
It's difficult.
So I think the editors are going to come back with some text that we can noodle on a little bit there. But in the meantime, let's go back to our agenda. So I think that we're trying to address all of these issues as a as a set. Let's take a look down while Martin works on that. Perhaps try and pick off some of the terminology issues here. 151, the definition of AI. We remind ourselves, we talked about this in the March interim. And there's a question of, alignment with other definitions. For example, the NIST definition, the OAC definition. And Martin talked about that being a good definition, but I think we ended up making some modifications to it so that it made sense in our context. Yeah, I don't know why GitHub does that, but
It hit a single comment that was the same size.
I know. So do we want to talk more about this? I mean, the original issue is, like I pointed out, it's extremely problematic and would effectively sweep in any statistical technique. And this touches on a bit of the discussions we've had before. Our definition of AI is an engineered system of sufficiently complexity that for a given set of human-defined objectives learns from data to generate outputs such as content, predictions, recommendations, or decisions. I think perhaps the distinction here is that we have further refinements of the application of our vocabulary in the individual terms. So it's not necessarily that our terms apply to everything encompassed by this definition. So how do we currently feel about this issue?
So Edgar is stating in the chat to focus on the behavior of the system rather than defining the whole thing. So if that's something somebody finds valuable, please follow up on that.
Right, and I think even more important for that, why do we need even to define AI? guess the question is, can we get rid of this entirely and just let the rest of the text stand?
I think we got here by trying to define the AI part of the term AI model, right?
We are defining AI itself.
That's gonna end well.
So why would we do that?
Are we using hands or what are we doing here?
Yeah, go for it.
Go for it.
I mean, so like, I think this gets a little bit to what I was saying earlier, which is like the sort of structure of the current vocabulary is that we have this very specific search application thing, and then the and then this AI category basically serves to say you can't really do anything with this text at all, with this content at all, as a catch, especially as a catch-all for some very very broad category of things, and so I just wonder, well, like, is there some other way to frame that intuition that doesn't like try to define like what AI is, right? You know, maybe to give, you know, a perhaps less controversial example, you know, before there were AI overviews, there were like on search engines, there was like, we just took the stuff out of Wikipedia and put it in a box. And like, you know, whether that like used AI or not, like I think people were not very happy about it for the same reason they're not happy about search overviews, no matter how it's constructed. So I don't like have like an answer to this question, but I'm just like trying to observe that the function of AI is sort of this catch-all in this, and that's and maybe there's some way to capture that doesn't require having like a definition.
Well, our current definition of foundation model production doesn't use AI at all. It uses models, which maybe infers AI.
I mean, certainly, sir. Well, sir, is there anything that's text now that depends on the term AI?
No.
So maybe we could start by striking that definition.
I would also, in the same way, note that nowhere in our discussion so far today did anybody say that depends on how we define AI, which I think is an indication that we may just not need this definition given the current status of the text. For me, it is like, are there terms that we need to define as probably a late stage editorial pass over this thing and not something that we can make a very well-informed decision at this point?
Sure.
At this point, I don't think we need it.
Because our foundation model definition currently relies more on deep learning and machine learning than it does on that definition.
Caleb?
Just to point out, the term AI is in the charter. So
why didn't we
doesn't mean we need to define it in the draft.
Right.
Means we can take for granted that we all
Dodge, weave.
Means when you submit something, you have to be able to justify that it concerns AI.
All right. Well, perhaps the editors can dispose of that text knowing that we can resurrect it if necessary. Is that okay?
I'm very happy to remove.
Which text?
Any text.
The definition, all of the text can go. I think at least this.
Can all of the text go?
Shh. Getting to that time of the day, aren't we?
You'll need to remove AI training too while you're in there.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering, Ecker. I think that's a good observation. Let's pare it down, and then if we need it, we can always add it back and have the discussion then, rather than spending too much time on it now.
doesn't it need to say AI for SEO?
We have the keywords for that. Are we discussing adding new terms to this? Because machine learning, model learning, these are things that we refer to in the draft now.
Well, I think when we get more confidence in our vocabulary, I think that will be a step that we'll need to take. Yes. Similarly, 152, use of machine learning. Was this another record? Oh, so this is, you already got us there, Ecker.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, so, I mean, it's, as you suggested, 4.1 uses deep learning or the machine learning techniques, which is kind of a train wreck text as it is. But you wouldn't just be able to like remove the definition of machine learning without changing 4.1. So I don't know, like, I mean, can someone like who is like really an AI expert, which is not me, maybe try to find that like that quote I just put in the chat in some way that like makes more sense?
Deep
Or
learning.
tell me it makes sense, or tell me I'm wrong and it makes sense.
I mean, we just say machine learning. Would that work?
It seems like someone tell me.
I mean, it's a very broad term, so I think we need something very broad here anyway.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I would have probably written. It seems to me the remainder. It seems to me that like the part that is like I mean, if you just read this text, this paragraph in context, this 4-point paragraph in context, right? There's what is the restrictive text? It's a model that is produced using these machine learning techniques. It is trained on a large number of assets, and that typically possesses generative capabilities. That's not restrictive, right? So any model. I mean, is there any model that people would not want to have? That people want to have trained? That people wouldn't categorize a foundation model that was used machine learning techniques and had a large number of assets. I think the answer is probably no, but maybe someone who knows more about ML than me can answer that question.
I think we're going back to the definition of the foundation model training, or whatever we're going to call the training term.
Yeah.
I think for the disposition of this issue, probably the best thing to do is to remove the definitions until we have a vocabulary term that we're happy with, and then create definitions as necessary.
Okay. Well, so I think I've been arguing you don't need machine learning previously, but I mean, I don't see how you can have it. I mean, someone just remember you're going to need it for 4.1 because it's not like an inherently. It's not a term that is clear unless you have a definition. So either if this stays in 4.1, then we'll need the definition later.
Is it not like something that we could rely on people having an understanding of without defining it? Like machine learning is
that's
like
what I'm wondering.
ambient at this point. I mean, it's kind of a cop out, but I don't know that there's a whole lot of debate about that point.
I guess if you remove deep learning, you might be okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deep learning I can strike easily. I'll do that.
Yes, I know. What? Oh my God. GitHub happened.
Did save.
No, it did save. See, this is what happens to me. Replacing digital assets with digital content. I think we discussed this before. This turned out to be somewhat contentious. Then we seem to come to some agreement in the March interim about changing the term. I will say that in an IETF context, asset is an unusual term.
It implies ownership, which I don't think is a property essentially.
Does not imply ownership.
Really?
Yeah. Why would you believe asset implies ownership?
Because I've never heard it in a context where it didn't have that connotation.
It means thing in media workflows.
Literally?
In media workflows, it's just a thing.
It's a thing, right? I agree.
I think
But
it's bad.
It's the whole. The difference being, it's the whole thing, whereas content is just the visible stuff and doesn't include things like metadata, where asset includes both.
Oh, you come from
a very different world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I come from the media world, oddly enough.
Right. So I think what we need to do, whatever happens here, is define a term and make sure that it speaks to all the audiences for the document. I don't know that we need to spend a lot of working group time because this is a fairly editorial issue that does feel like a bit of a bike shed.
But it is a somewhat vexing editorial issue because, like, I think it very much depends where you come from.
Sure.
And there's sort of like, I wonder what like Leonard or others were strongly in favor, and I consider myself, like, I also think it's the more natural term to use in this context from where I come from. But I can also not necessarily quantify what we're losing if we're using a different term. And I think, Leonard, if you could specify your concerns related that would arise from the use of another term, then sort of that will help us in editing this.
I'm not saying that if we can come up with another term that we're all okay with, I'm fine with it as well. It's content, which is the only other term that's been proposed, is not a viable option. But I'm happy to give some thought to other terms that are in common use that might be better suited.
And can you make it crisp why content is not viable?
Because in the media world, content refers only to the visible content, like the pixels of an image or the frames of a video or the pages of a PDF, but doesn't refer to the metadata or other pieces that make up the entire asset from a binding perspective. Like, you know, I wouldn't use the word, but think about it as the difference between container and stuff in the container. I mean, somebody in chat suggested file. The reason why file is better, is closer to asset, but file implies a storage model, which we certainly don't want to imply.
Right, part of
All right.
But I'm happy to look for other terms. We can certainly leave this one open and move on to other things.
Okay. That sounds promising.
No.
So that takes us through, where are we? Terminology. So I'm conscious that it's 3:50. Martin, did you have that PR ready?
There's a PR up. It's not very good, but
all we need is a starting point.
Starting
I
point.
think that these context issues, I'd rather face one more fresh tomorrow morning, to be honest. So what's the PR?
Oh, do I have to give you a number? 199.
What's there?
Who wants 200?
We closed the working group at 200.
Or an open
1,000. So, yeah.
Ooh, I want to remember.
So Martin, why don't you walk us through this?
Why don't you find the text, and we can walk through the text. There we go. Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah, I can make it.
Maybe side by side? I don't know.
Sorry, there's like 15 things on my screen right now.
Yeah, I know. And that's going to be too small.
Let's see here.
So I tried to avoid the new content thing, but I'm not sure that that's been successful there.
That's no better at all.
Oh, no, that's not so bad. Oh, that's not so bad.
Okay, so ignore all that.
The green stuff.
Yep, the green stuff.
So basically the one phrase, the only tweak that I made there was the tail end of that. Not really sure about output, but maybe that avoids the new content sort of, which I think is just a word choice problem. And then it basically took the points that Aaron had, plus some text from what Chris had, starting with the substantial quantities of output. Oh, that's helpful. The screen went black. I think I forgot an S. Search results of the links and associated content. That's straight from Aaron's. Verbatim excerpts and snippets was directly from Chris's one, but then modify that with the adaptation stuff, the translations, the transcriptions, the text-to-speech, speech-to-text modifications, which covers the accessibility piece that Aaron's one had, and then tweaks to the last 2 points on Aaron's one. So this uses text from Chris's one, internal processing of assets to perform indexing, ranking, and retrieval, can use AI models. And the final one is internal processing, includes use of the asset in training models, but only for models exclusively used by the search application under this definition. So basically, you can use models for all this stuff, but if you're training it, it can only be used for these things and not other things. And yes, it's far more complicated than the previous one, but I think that covers the points and allows for disagreement on the points that we didn't agree on. Yeah, well, you know, asset. We can use thingies if you prefer. Routine.
So, discuss.
Erin, sorry.
Yeah, I obviously like parts of this that derive from my definition, but I think it's a good blend. I am a little concerned about the second to last bullet, for the same reasons as I was concerned with it in Chris's original write-up. Here, it is not phrased as exclusively, which I think is an improvement, but that introduces an ambiguity, right? Because it doesn't say whether the internal processing is limited to those functions, and I don't think it should be. So I question the utility of a statement that just kind of acknowledges that those are possible and other things are also possible. And I wouldn't want to clarify it in the direction of saying only those things are possible.
Yeah, that would be unwise. I agree. But this is really just a statement of facts more than anything else. It doesn't really read on the definition. It's just as a reminder that this definition doesn't say anything one way or the other. Maybe that's the right way to frame that then.
Yeah, perhaps we could add that as a clarification just to avoid the ambiguity of like saying
As
one
text
thing
after
is
the
alternative.
As text after the list, as a note.
Yeah.
Well, would it be as simple as you know, to perform tasks such as?
Yep. Yeah.
All right. Yep. I'll get that.
You know, we're hearing in the chat some about pushback on this sentence level term.
It's a little unclear, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know what it means. I'm not pushing back. I just don't know what it means.
It also reminds me of some objections that Brad had during our conversation bunch.
So Leah, do you want to talk about your update on this?
Sure, yeah, I spent the break also trying to split this complicated baby.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, sorry,
Thanks.
I spent the break also trying to split this baby. And I think the way I tried to structure it was to first say what is included, which is showing the asset in the search output with the direct reference or link, and then allowing for excerpts or snippets, removing the verbatim requirement and just keeping it to excerpts or snippets. It does include the indexing, ranking, and retrieval language that Erin has challenged in Chris's language, but I tried to sort of say that it's for and to enable the search application without that like strictly necessary language. And then separately, I wrote that the category doesn't include essentially generative AI outputs like AI summaries, but without that title, a little bit more granular definition explaining that the asset can't be used, summarized, aggregated, reproduced to generate a summary or new content, which I think gets rid of the substantial quantities language. And I did note that the category does not include evaluating an asset for potential use. So it kind of takes pieces from both to kind of break out the definition to what is included. and I posted a link in the chat. It's easier to show on the screen.
Where?
Sorry, in the WebEx chat, there's a link to the comment.
It's on the, there we go.
173. It's an update to Chris's.
This one. Nope. So, okay. So what do we think the differences are between these two approaches?
So again, the non-substantive modifications, the transcriptions and translations is a major point of difference.
Also,
Obviously, the way it's spelled.
classification category. I think this has a lot less flexibility for those de minimis kind of uses. I also wonder what incorporated and aggregated are doing.
We can keep it to just used. That's easier. I was just trying to like take language from different places, but it to just say used is fine.
Can't hear anything.
Oh, sorry. I said to just say used is fine. If that's easier to get rid of like.
Just delete that.
So drop the text that's highlighted.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Incorporate it as well.
This is
Oh, sorry.
a 10-minute break, so.
The AI models do tend to be verbose. As we know. This is better. Much better than the last one.
One other note about like what I think the difference is that maybe we need to play out is generate new content is a pretty broad brush. Not to say that there's not a lot correct there, but for example, internal labels that no engineer would ever see is probably new content, strictly construed. And I think that's what everyone was trying to solve for with the sentence level. And maybe sentence level is the wrong bar. I'm not sure. But I think of as broad a brush as new content could create the wrong incentives for the sorts of uses that would be valuable.
I mean, doesn't the training process, if you train the model, involve generating new content beyond excerpts or snippets?
I just responded to that point in the chat. Maybe the clarification required is like display and output in the search results of that new content.
I think that'd be fine.
In my, just as a note, in my original draft, each of the bullets had like a little title like display and output, blah, 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 but then they became a little bit too imprecise, so I took them out because I was worried that they would kind of miss it. But if it's helpful, we can put back in like display and output.
I also don't understand what generate summaries or new content beyond excerpts or snippets. Like excerpts or snippets by definition aren't generated.
Right, it's saying beyond what's referenced above is permissible.
But I guess I don't understand. Like my point is like you can't you don't generate excerpts or snippets. So like this so like what is the beyond what is beyond doing in that sentence?
You write an entire summary that's beyond a snippet.
I understand, but any generation is the problem here because snippets are verbatim.
Not necessarily.
Okay, that probably needs to be clarified.
We took out verbatim, or sorry,
Okay.
I had some feedback from from
It doesn't
that,
say
right?
verbatim, but I mean, but a snippet. But what is a snippet? Snippet is a subset. It's not is it generated or not?
I think like we're trying to get to the point of Meredith, I think, saying, for example, when does the public library open? It opens at 9 a.m. Like that might be something that's generated from a source, but it is like a small snippet of information, right? If it were to be like this library that was built in such and such year by such and such architect, you know, and is blah blah blah, it becomes like a long kind of substituted piece of information. It's different than it opens at 9 a.m.
So
Well, I guess maybe I don't understand what a snippet is. I understand excerpt for snippets to be subsetting the existing text by striking out words, and well, you just tried to not that. I mean, just try to something different.
I think, Leah, like what you were saying is the answering thing that NATO's bringing up, right? Like,
right, and I think you're trying to find a different way to deal with what Aaron was trying to deal with the sentence level question before. Well, Leah, how would you feel if the highlighted word displayed were changed to generated?
What I'm trying to avoid is like the question that Eric asked, right? Of like, what about generation that might happen on the back end inherently as part of this process? Like, I think not trying to cut that off. And so I'm talking specifically, I'm trying to get a little bit at the substitutive use without using substitutive use of what's displayed to the user and will or won't it incentivize them to go to the site versus just leaving the search results. So I don't have I'm not at all married to any of this text. This was again thrown together in 10 minutes, but if there's a better way to get at it, I'm happy to do that.
Chris Needham just posted something interesting.
Who's next?
Nick. So I think this is moving in the right direction. What I like about it is that, first off, I think it's helpful to structure this with like one sentence. The top sentence makes clear that's like, then you have these specific exclusions and exclusions. And I think that helps with any kind of drafting. That first bullet in that does not include is really important because it's important that many of these applications will put 100 different assets in a context window, but only generate links to 3. And the other 97 are still contributing to the output, even if they're not included. And so that bullet is important to sort of draw that line between non-generative search and whatever else. So I think certainly there's probably some ironing out that needs to be done, but I think it's generally, this is the best definition I've seen in terms of moving in the right direction.
Sorry to return to this. Timid robot. In the second bullet point, or I'm sorry, the third bullet point, if we strike excerpts or snippets as referenced above, do we lose anything?
I don't think,
well,
like
it's broader.
Is the intention that the excerpts or snippets have to be, you say you took out verbatim, but this can be read as requiring it to be verbatim or not. It's a little ambiguous, I think.
and like, I don't work, I'm neither a publisher nor a search engine company person. So I have limited knowledge here, but it sounds like there are ways to provide non-substitutive snippets that are not verbatim, that require some sort of processing. And then it sounds like there's a way to use the asset to generate what we would call a substitutive summary that says enough information the user never visits the site.
Right.
What bullet point 3 is trying to get at reworded to get at, and I think Justin actually had said this in the chat, and maybe we can use the word summary. It's something that would be like a net new summary that is not like a short piece of information that requires you to go to the site to get more. And I want to avoid the language that's like materially replaced or the stuff that we were saying beforehand. So maybe summary is a better point. Well, we do say summary, so maybe to say the asset does not be used to generate summaries or other new content. I think the reason for keeping beyond excerpts or snippets is just so it's not contradicting the excerpts or snippets section. But if there's a more graceful way to do that, it's absolutely happy to do that. I just don't want it to read in a way that it's counter itself.
But as a line drawing exercise, it sounds like we're coming to a place where on the one side for the small excerpts or snippets or whatever we call this, the sentence level, that's something we want to allow to be generated because we acknowledge that, you don't necessarily want a verbatim excerpt in the search results. That's often awkward. But you don't want to create something from whole cloth that is substitutive or however we define that. I'd be interested to hear if anyone disagrees with that they want to draw the line in a different place and acknowledging that we need to come up with some words here to figure out where that line exactly is.
So
I think, Justin.
Yeah, I think we don't need the text after the word generate summaries in bullet 3. That's been addressed above, right? So the ambiguity that is very clear that one above, you create the ambiguity when you add it to bullet 3 in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair.
So yeah, I think what you're saying is if it's a result or excerpt may be displayed from the source asset, that is you're saying it's verbatim in that statement, in my opinion. And in the bottom, you're saying, but you can't generate new stuff in bullet 3. It's pretty clear if we just remove that. In my opinion.
So as we have this conversation, I'm acutely aware that we need to work through the nuances to make sure that we're all on the same page, but at the same time, we do not want to engage in group editing because that is where working groups go to die.
Sebastian?
Regarding the fourth bullet point, so it's in the category does not include, and then we have the fourth bullet point that says does not constitute. Wouldn't it be easier to strip the last part and move the fourth point to the first category and say this category includes evaluation of an asset for potential use? Full stop.
No, because it doesn't.
Is that the intention?
That was from Aaron's draft, right? Kind of clearing the way for understanding that an asset might be used, might be evaluated or will be used with on this category.
I think Sebastian's proposal is if you just say evaluating an asset for potential use as an included thing, would it solve your problem is what he's asking, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, move it to the
Instead of like double negating it, like, just
negation. It's two negations. We are working very often with no to a negation, and that causes problems.
Okay. We reward it so that it's not double negative.
Yeah,
it's not part of the core of what you're saying yes to. I think it's more the clarification of what you're not saying yes to.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Meredith?
So I just would like to reiterate something that was said earlier, which is that I think looking at whether or not people have to click through is like a very bad path here. It's what people ultimately care about. Like, do people click through to their websites? But at the same time, it's a really bad test. And so I think instead of trying to like come back over and over again, we have to figure out a different evaluation of which types of wanting people to click through are we actually trying to affect here, right? Because you might want someone to click through for really basic factual data because they would see some unrelated thing on your website. But that's made very, very hard to reduce to a meaningful test here.
Where in the current text does that concern?
A lot of the discussion about what it means is a snippet is stuff that doesn't replace clicking through. It's not written down because it's hard to write down, but we keep talking about it because it is fundamentally the behavior people care about.
Timid Robert, go for it. I think like Andrew's point is like on the chat is kind of the thing, like it's and it's kind of hard to measure, I think. But yeah. Timid Robot, go ahead.
Timid Robot. So Mark, you said earlier you talked about like verbatim, only allowing verbatim results in like awkward composition, and that there's an idea that we want to allow kind of almost verbatim is what I heard you say.
I think there are many ways one can spell that.
Okay.
And we need to get there somehow, but what I was interested in is, does anyone disagree with allowing something like that?
Okay.
But disallowing whole cloth,
Right, because right now, the way I read this is that only verbatim is allowed.
Right, and
so
I
if we
brought that
want-
up earlier, yeah.
If we want to allow kind of almost verbatim, then we have to figure out how to state that.
Right. And that's why I'd love to leave the room today with some sense that we all agree on, roughly where the line is, with knowing that we still need to describe it with words, but that it's not all the way shoved at one end or the other.
Right.
And I'm not hearing any pushback on that. That's what that's the signal I'm taking so
Well,
far.
I would love a specific question, especially to people representing like media companies and content producing organizations or whatnot, like that specific question, because like I feel like I've heard only verbatim, but not clearly. And so if we could, yeah, if
I didn't hear that. Well, okay.
I just want to jump in on a quick point.
Speak up.
Yeah, can I speak?
Sorry, just want to jump in on a quick point that I made in the chat. I had in an earlier version of this, I had included like quote non-substitutive functional transformations like translation, transcription, or accessibility adaptations as something that is permitted. But yeah, I had been chatting a little bit with Brad and with Chris, and there was a concern that starts to like US centric fair use carve out, which is why I took it out. But if it's helpful to include some sort of language to that extent to help make that distinction between what is an AI overview or AI summary versus what is a transformation of a text that is not substitutive, then we can also work in that language. But just want to make that note. But I agree with Tim and Robot that we should hear from publishers around that, like verbatim versus transformative versus substitutive.
Chris F.
I was just gonna bring up I agree with the direction this is going in. There's one point about the snippets or the excerpts, and I agree about the verbatim or near verbatim, allowable, but I mean, there has to be a limit on that too, so of course, if the excerpt is, 5 paragraphs long, that could be substantive as well. So I think Aaron was trying to get at the one sentence thing. I don't know if that's the right solution either, but there has to be some kind of limit introduced. So I just want to bring that up.
Nate?
So I agree with what Chris just said, and mostly that's what I was intending to say. I think for the context of the group, this is a somewhat new, not entirely new, but it's taken on new changes in some major search applications. And at least for myself, and I think that there's a split internally for me, and I also think among other publishers I've heard about kind of about this. On the one hand, it does involve rewriting. It's like if you're rewriting a title very tightly to reference something that is not included in that publisher's title but is on that page, that might assist the user in actually navigating that page and using it, because that title now includes something that's like deeper down in the page that's relevant to their specific query. So I can understand why you might want that, but again, to Chris's point, it's got to be really tight, really close to near verbatim, or down the slippery slope that we've done with all the other definitions.
I put a pull request up if that.
Another pull request
For this one.
Okay.
It's a tweak to it, but.
What's the number, Martin?
Field 1. It's just linked. It's marked follows, scrolls down and follows the link.
Who got 200?
I got 200 as well. I got all the numbers.
So greedy.
Yeah, it does it again.
There we go.
It's not that big a document, so you get to. You need to scroll up just a little bit, otherwise you're going to miss the first sentence, which, oh, geez, it's already off the top.
Oh, nice. Thank you, GitHub.
Because apparently Blair's text is almost identical to the text that we had for the first sentence before. There we go.
Do we feel that these two proposals are converging more than they were before?
I think so. I think we still have that translation, transcription question.
Right. I'd rather spend our time improving one of them and addressing the issues and making sure that we incorporate everything we're talking about rather than going back and forth between the two. We still have a queue?
Yeah. Brad?
I'll keep my head down.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I want to come back to the question of why we are doing this, because there's an awful lot here that sounds very much like I'm giving you instructions about what you may and may not do. But elsewhere in the document, it's just like, and you can throw this away whenever you want. So it's really weird to give people instructions about what they must do when they can just ignore it. I don't understand how those fit together.
To be frank, Andrew, right? The idea is to communicate whatever we want to communicate as a preference clearly, that it's understood by both sides, right? Then whatever they want to do is like outside the scope of this working group, but at least like make sure that like what you want to communicate is communicated clearly, and that's why we are like noodling on this text, because it's at least clear what you want to communicate, because it was not.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that, because this actually gives me the opening that I wanted. Look, I think the problem here is that we're attempting to draw very, very clearly a bunch of text for what amounts to, I have some preferences and I want you to understand them, and we're gonna that we're gonna agree to do those things. And because the recipient of these preferences can ignore them at any time. Well, that case is the case where like this person just doesn't care what I want. So we can assume that those are cases where you just got divergence anyway. So the only cases where you're aligned. In that case, we don't need to be really precise on this. What it needs to be is close enough, it's good enough, because we understand, okay, well, we're trying to get to the right thing. And so whether it's exactly verbatim or whether it's like kind of verbatim but not precisely, that doesn't matter that much, because the idea is that you're convergent on the goals of this effort.
I think it's like at a higher order bit, right? One of them is I'm saying when I say, because like we have vocabulary, right? Like it's like a short description of the thing. We're not talking about all these things in the actual expression of the vocabulary itself, right? And the idea of like making this precise is that like when somebody expresses a preference, like the person consuming it as a good faith actor also understands exactly the same thing.
Right. And I think what I'm saying is we do this all the time in English or any other language, in any other natural language. People get it wrong, and when they do, it's a good faith effort to converge. But when you've got people who are not doing things in good faith, convergence doesn't happen. And there's a flavor to some of the discussion around this, is that we have to fix those cases where we got the bad faith actors. Can't fix that problem in this. So I think we should just stop worrying about that part.
Thank you. Limit robot.
Again, I want to advocate for potentially returning to this after we talk about the top level exclusions, because I think we're trying to put too much into the categorical definitions that we could solve at a higher level. Thank you. Specifically regarding like the translation.
Giselle?
Hi, I'm gonna have to leave in a few minutes, but I just wanted to share my view as a publisher or a creator, as it was asked, in terms of the verbatim or almost verbatim, or why even make a distinction. And I think from where I see it, there's a few different overlapping reasons why one would want as close to verbatim as possible. One of them being that obviously whatever it is that is put in front of a searcher is a representation of our website, our knowledge, our brand. If that is not exactly what we said, and it's not, there is a chance that the generation might not be accurate, which it's what happens with these models. at least now. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? So that perception could be incorrect that we are presenting of the brand, and it's something that is happening right now. I know publishers in the food space who have been getting recipes associated to them in this generation, in these summaries, that are incorrect. That if people were to follow those steps, they would think that website is terrible. They could go and open a Trustpilot and say it's a terrible website, which could then end their business over time. So I think there's a point there towards having content being as close as possible to what we have on our websites that is actually important, and there's a level of accuracy that there's going to be much higher when it comes directly from the source. And then on the other end, I think also because of how this works, where lots of websites are visited, and I guess there's a decision being made around what's best, and then that might be attributed to one or two websites, even though the information might be coming from different places, creates this Frankenstein, I guess, possibility of just a summary that not only doesn't represent one website, doesn't represent 3 websites, and it still mentions them or perhaps links to them, that might make people not want to click either. And then the last point is, somebody was asking what's the difference between, or how do we separate between like an excerpt, a snippet, and a summary. And from where I see it, is the difference between having something that might encourage somebody to read more, that might present a little bit of information that it might answer their question, as we've had it with Google, say, with snippets, which is something that has been happening for a very long time, versus getting an answer that is competing directly. It's a generation that is competing directly, which I guess is where this point of new content comes from, competing directly with the websites. So just to share my view of the verbatim or not verbatim. To me, the closer to verbatim, the better.
Thank you. Max?
I want to go back just a few comments to the sort of little back and forth that Suresh and Andrew had. Suresh, you said the phrase, what are we trying to express? And I think it's useful to talk about who's going to be making these expressions, which is publishers, site owners, content, however you want to phrase that, right? There is, a clear class of people that will be creating the expression, right? And I think from that perspective, and this is a bit of a point that attaches to context, and I know we'll get to that much more tomorrow. But like fundamentally, when we think about these definitions, we need to be thinking about publisher choice. And I think that's really critical. And I think that that's partially to what Andrew was saying earlier as well. I think like, unless we take that as where these definitions start from, it'll be very difficult for us to actually make this work useful. So I wanted to just clarify that, like, from my perspective, the we in what are we expressing should start from the publisher site owner perspective.
I think Andrew's point was not to like spend too much time perfecting this, because
I understand that. Yeah.
Right, like I think we drained the queue.
And we've drained the queue. Okay. So I think Aaron asked in chat if we can go back to what are the substantive differences, or what are the outstanding issues in these. I think that's a helpful way to look at this. I don't want this to be a beauty contest between two different proposals. I'd much rather, identify the open issues or the things that we need to resolve and work towards an amalgam text.
I think we need to put agenda time to just discuss that.
Sure. I don't think we're ready to incorporate anything into the draft yet, considering our past experiences, but I would like to raise some issues against the proposals and understand them a little more deeply and make sure we understand where they sit. So if folks can go and think about these and try and figure out what needs to be discussed on them more, I think we'll come back to them after some other discussions. Tomorrow, I mean, we're doing reasonably well in our agenda. If I can find it here somewhere. Let's just go this way. So we've kind of at least touched on everything down to here. Tomorrow morning, maybe we should go through the context issues. We'll touch briefly on the use issues. And then tomorrow afternoon or whenever we finish that, we can go back to both this cluster of search issues as well as the training issues and see if we can make some progress on those two definitions. Does that make sense?
Sounds good. And I think can we take the 201 PR as a basis for like people to start issues, or like where do people start?
I've got two of them now.
There's the two
I
PRs.
think we need to pick one.
I would like to pick one.
I would say 201 is like
Well, perhaps we should see if people have changed their minds.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the room thinks.
So as a reminder, I believe this is 200. No. Oh, let's just get it up here.
PR 196. Yeah.
No.
199. I think
199 and
199 and 201.
200 is the other thing.
Martin just wanted to take 200, so he just did.
No, the 200 removes the definitions of AI. I thought it was a good.
So this is 200.
199.
Sorry, 199. Thank you. Not jet lagged at all. What are you talking about?
More alcohol.
So soak this in. This is 199.
And that's
I'm not going to associate the person's name with it because I hope we're past that.
right. So this one's one version.
Sorry?
This is one version that attempts to have a single sentence definition and then expand on what the words in that mean.
We acknowledge that both of these are going to have issues and adjustments need to be made.
Yeah.
And this is 201, which is a little awkward because the diff is split, but there's the first sentence and then here's the rest.
I don't think the first sentence changes much.
No. So maybe you want to do a poll?
Should I?
199, 201, or don't care. And then we can go home.
Which is the one we're looking at right now?
Sorry?
Which is the one that we're looking at right now?
201.
199 or 201, or don't care. The one we're looking at right now is 201, sorry.
Sorry, I might have missed this, but this is slightly different than the original submission because it aims to show the difference between Martin's submission and my submission. This is slightly different than what was in the comment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I just missed.
I was just
how
trying to
it's-
track the conversation
Got
as
it.
we were doing it and get.
Okay.
I got some feedback from people, and you were like, "Yes, that
Okay,
makes
okay.
sense," and so that's where we
Makes
ended
sense,
up.
got it.
Both of them have evolved.
Okay.
Yeah.
All live now, because I'm still seeing the old one.
I'm not.
Okay.
I haven't done. I don't know what to type into the question into the poll. So
199
201
or 201.
This is the.
Yeah.
This is the.
Please don't care. I don't.
And your three options are 199, 201, don't care. And this is, again, as a starting point, this is not we are adopting text. This is what is the basis of our continuing discussions? And we're not throwing the other one away. We'll still use it as a reference.
I still see the whole.
Launch that poll. Love
Done.
it.
This is the vaguest question ever, but everybody seems to be happy answering it. So
Late in the day.
yeah.
What do we do? if everybody
Number 3.
decides-
Do you want to go home?
Then we get to pick. whatever you like.
Okay, make your preferences heard. I'm sure no preference is pretty strong. Another 30 seconds.
We do know there's more than 30 people in the room. You can see.
I know. Wow. Go no preference.
Oh, man.
Oh.
No preferences like that.
We could not have a clearer answer. It's like,
No preference is expressed in.
It's not that
If this poll isn't determinative, we're going to leave it up to the editors to come with an amalgamated proposal to the group.
do we have to synthesize the two of them?
You do what you feel necessary.
Oh, nothing would be.
I know where a bar is.
You take as input the two proposals in the existing text and you generate an output.
Right. It's generative, yes.
You're assuming that I'm going to be doing this work.
Or your
ChatGPT may be doing this work.
What's the outcome of the poll?
the outcome of the poll is like evenly split 3 ways. So it's like worse than no information.
Well, what if you just remove the new versions?
Okay, here's a better question, Suresh. Is anyone opposed to either
Yes.
of these?
And let's do this by,
I'll do that.
yeah, no, it's not a poll, it's a question.
Yeah, I'll stop this and
Yeah,
because it's
so stop that one. That's an embarrassment. Martin, do you want to do that as opposed to a particular option or just opposed to giving the editor's discretion to come up with a?
No, I think I'd like to hear about what the problems with each one of these would be. Like, who would think one of these is not?
So that's effectively an issue gathering exercise.
No, I think we start with if one of these is unacceptable.
Okay.
Then that gives us, we can go to the other one. Because you just asked for preferences and preferences don't really give us
Sure.
enough to.
Who would find it unacceptable?
Yeah.
Grateful. To start with.
AB 199.
199.
On either.
Yeah.
And then we might ask people to say why.
Do you find it unacceptable? Yeah.
Because the last one was a beauty contest, and really the beauty contest didn't really give us enough information.
All the children are beautiful.
Aggressive to say you have to find one on his last chance.
I think you might as well just.
So I would, an objection just to like move us forward with 201 is it doesn't talk about some things like translation that are in Aaron's version that I think have value. So I would say that's a difference between the two.
So you would object to 201 as a starting point?
Yes.
Okay.
But we could have added that to 201.
But we had a starting point, and as they are, I have to object to one and approve of one, and that's my starting point. Since I raised my hand first, I get the first strike.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's going exactly the same way.
Yeah.
Information is information.
We have enough objections. Yeah.
What? Why are you doing them one at a time?
Mark asked me to because like I think we're not gonna get an answer. Yeah.
Jet lag as hell, man.
Okay, so this is not going anywhere. So
No.
okay. So
Marginal returns here.
Shut it down.
okay, that poll is not useful. So like
Can we do a poll on if that poll is useful?
I think people want to go home at this
Yeah.
point.
I think you're right.
All right.
So I heard.
Because I think the point is, Martin, right? Like, so
Yes.
when people go home today, right, they need to start issues on something. Do you want them to start issues on both of them? Or like just one of them?
No, I don't think that's helpful at this point.
No.
I think we need to pick one of these and then we can start building on it. To Meredith's point, if the translation thing is important to you, and that's causing you to pick 199 over 201, then we either pick 199 or we pick 201 and make sure we have an issue for the transcript.
And that's the thing. It's we can pick either and then create issues against it.
Where's his hand?
And so we don't need to faceplant on picking one. And
Yeah.
that's why I would suggest we just give the editors discretion to come up with a proposal that looks something that they think is defensible, and then we'll start creating issues against it.
Yeah. Chris, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think we need to work through this thing about translations. Like that's probably my main objection to starting with 199, that and also the lack of clarity around sentence level. So this is why I'm sort of preferring 201, as I don't think that the search category should really be saying anything about translations or sort of modality transformation.
Can I suggest something? Like, because I think we won't go anywhere if you just kind of pick one. I would just say, like, if you have issues with one of these, either 199 or 201, file an issue on it. Right, and then we can kind of enumerate the issues tomorrow.
Yeah, but then we don't know what we're referring. We've
No,
lost-
but like,
Can we
people have issues with
file a
199.
translation issue and then we'll pick one of the two?
Right.
Like, it's clear that the translation issue has strong.
It needs to be discussed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll file an issue with the translation.
I don't think it's helpful to focus on the individual proposals. We just need to focus on the issues that are involved in both of them.
But is that the only those two?
I suspect others will be unearthed.
Right. So what is the homework we need to?
The homework is to look at both proposals and to
That's it. Like file an issue.
file issues,
If you have a.
explaining what you need to see change in either or both of them.
Is there any homework related to the foundation model or whatever model training?
Where did we end up with that?
The text? Yep.
Which one?
Was
There's text in there, but we didn't pick one of the two.
We also have two options on the training side, so.
Think about which one you prefer there.
Which is the split out one and the one which only focuses on generative capacity.
right, and they're both in issue number, whatever this one is, 198. Issue. So issue 198, PR number 199 and 201, things we should be looking at.
Yeah.
Okay, let's call it for today. Okay, we're done for today. So same time tomorrow morning?
Yep. See you all tomorrow morning. Hopefully everybody is less jet lag.
Folks, tomorrow.
Yes. 202 is the translation.